Are we on, ladies and gentlemen? Let me know. I'm stupid. Anyways, what's up, guys? Yeah, it's been a week since you've heard from me, at least on camera, and well, some interesting developments have happened on the YouTube side of things for me. I'll get into that here in a little bit, but I'm still here. I'm still alive. Don't think just because I was gone for a week meant that, oh, so you stopped making videos. No, I was just taking care of some stuff, and now I'm back. And hopefully by this weekend, regular schedule will be back up and running. So, yeah, I may have missed a week as far as albums go, but hey, it was kind of a slow week, anyways. So take that for what it is, or take it for what it's worth. But it feels good to be back here on the tubes of you. We should be getting Ricky Horror Master in here before too long. Maybe Necrotic Nick, and maybe the slight chance of Crypt from Metal Mania might join in, or anybody else. We'll see. But for those who are watching, let me know if you're here and how you've been doing. And I finally got my haircut today, and it looks relatively nice. No longer, at least for the next like month and a half, I'm not gonna have bear fur on my scalp. Which, yeah, people often ask me, why don't I grow my hair out? Well, unfortunately, my hair is way too thick to be long, and I feel like if I had long hair, I would look like Ricky Rackman from Headbangers Ball back in the day. So, just a whole lot of not good is pretty much that. Just a whole lot of not good. But that's my story, and I'm sticking to it. But with all that said and out of the way, if you guys have any questions for me while we wait for more people to get in, let me know. As I'm looking at seeing who else I could invite into this. Might get Metal Ben to hop in. I very well might get Metal Ben in here. Anybody else?
Hello there.
How you running?
What's up, buddy?
Finally back on the tubes of you after a week of
Yeah,
nothing.
were you able to fix that problem with your computer?
Yes. So it turned out I think it was because this. My hard drive probably didn't last, but I'm still got it because I got a cable coming Thursday. Well, I did get a cable this that goes,
Mm-hmm.
if I can get the stick, that went into the computer, but I did some research. I'm like, this isn't a good enough cable. This only supports 2.5-inch hard drives, and this is a 3.5-inch. So luckily, I only paid like $8 for this, so not a huge loss. So I paid 16 to get another cable that's compatible for a 3.5-inch hard drive, and it has a power supply. So that way, Thursday night, I'll just be focusing on trying to get most of the files off of this hard drive to the new one.
Not bad.
So that way I don't lose all my videos and text files, especially my album list file, because oh god, how long it would take for me to rewrite all the albums I checked out and the scores that I gave it take me a little while.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
So,
It would suck like a bitch.
but so far the computer itself's running a lot faster Now that I got a solid state drive in there, I replaced the graphics card, and
Mm-hmm.
it's a lot better. And I got 64 gigs of memory.
Ooh.
So it's beefy, but occasionally, say, like if I turn off and then restart the computer, I'll still occasionally get CPU's overheating message when it's not. Like
Yeah.
I'm feeling the fan right now. It's a little warm, but that's to be expected.
Yeah.
But next weekend, I'm going to get a new processor and cooling
Yeah.
system.
I might actually be saving up to buy an Apple computer. That's what I'm
Mm,
thinking. I mean, I'm thinking of buying one. I mean, don't get me wrong, my laptop still works really good. It works like perfectly, but if I want to do more, I guess, stuff on YouTube, I might have to get an actual computer. I mean, I do have the space to put it on.
Well, I will say, forget Apple. What I would recommend, I write you a list of parts to get for a new computer, and that would be it. And you could even either build it yourself or get somebody else to build it for you. The only real components you really need are a case, a processor, a graphics card, memory, a solid state drive, and a power supply.
I mean, it will be.
So like
It will be
five,
fun,
6 things. Yeah, some parts are gonna and a motherboard.
of
Yeah,
course.
some parts are gonna be more expensive. Like I think the most expensive parts are the motherboard and graphics card. Where everything else you can get for like $200 or less.
Yeah, I mean, it's something I might consider. Not now, but in the future.
Yeah, like I said, eventually I'm going to get a new processor and cooling system for the processor, as well as thermal paste to put on the processor.
Hmm.
And then pretty much everything except the power supply and motherboard is brand new. So it should run amazing with
Hmm.
no issues for a long
Yeah.
time.
Because right now I am currently saving for summer. Since in summer I'm gonna try my best to go to as many concerts as possible. That's my goal for this for summer. To go as many concerts as I want. I know already got Saxon Uriah Heep locked. Actually got my ticket literally today. It came in the mail. Uh, Guy Finance is coming to my town, a Mexican rock band, which I'm really gonna see. I'm pretty hyped. The week before I go see Saxon, a band by the name Ape Vermit, they're gonna come to my town. They're like a stoner doom band. Like if you like High on Fire, Sleep, a bit of Crowbar. Actually, check them out. They're actually pretty good. I'm gonna go see them. July, I might consider going to Houston to see Paul Bearer. Late July, early August, and that's about it for concerts that I can think of right now. Unless something else pops out, like for sure, I already have my ticket for Iron Man until November. But I wouldn't mind going to something like in October. I usually go like a concert in October,
Hmm.
but I don't know.
I haven't gotten tickets for shows yet.
I thought you were gonna go thinking of seeing what was the band you were saying you wanted to see? Midnight. Are you considering going to see
Midnight
Midnight?
Exciter. I don't know if I'm gonna get a ticket or not. It's only because like again, it's not an issue of money, it's an issue of getting there is the
Hmm.
problem. Because I don't drive, and given how I am, I'm probably not going to be driving anytime soon unless I somehow were to go through like hypnosis to get over a certain fear or whatever the fuck, which I don't know how well that would work.
You're gonna be like Sheldon in the Big Bang Theory when he's trying to drive playing GTA.
That's kind of how I feel like I would drive is out of control and not knowing what the fuck I'm doing. I mean, if it was as easy as driving a damn golf cart, it wouldn't be a problem. Because I could drive a golf cart like no problem.
Unless you modify a car to be like an actual go kart, or hell, get a
Well,
go kart to be licensed.
well,
Like, can
yeah,
you
that would
imagine?
certainly.
Like, can you imagine going to your local DMV trying to register your car, and the instructor's like, "Where's your car? This is it. That's a golf cart. It has wheels.
It has a motor.
You can put in some airbags. It has the signals."
But I would hope at some point this year I can finally get my license and then I can go to shows myself
Yeah.
and not have to worry.
The only way I see you going to a show without you driving, it doesn't matter how you're gonna go. If it's like a big band that you love, like I know if there was like Metallica coming to Ohio, you would go no matter what. Because I know you.
I would have to save a shit ton of money though for a
Yeah.
ticket.
Or and then again, when Avenged Sevenfold came to Ohio, really didn't go.
They were in Cincinnati like a month ago.
I know. I'm shocked. I actually didn't go to that one. I was
Well,
for
and it was
sure.
at the arena, but
Yeah, I know. I know.
I
For
think that was around the time I was on vacation, so I couldn't have made it.
yeah. Let's see. What other band would you
But
go?
I
I
mean, there's
know.
pretty much almost any band,
I
except
know.
for
Same
the
with
ones I
me.
don't
Same
like.
with me.
But
Any band I can get my hands on going, I'll go see them. Unless it's a band that I really, really want to see, like Swallow Sun. I'll fucking go.
I know that the moment I see Pantera has a date announced in Cincinnati or Columbus, I'm buying a ticket, no questions asked.
Yeah.
If
I'm
that,
so
because they're touring with Lamb of God, and yet there's been no Ohio dates. It's like, come on.
I know it's kind of weird. I think for us in Texas, I think they only had in Dallas, which makes sense since Pantera was born in the Dallas area.
Mm-hmm.
I'm surprised nothing in Houston, nothing in San Antonio, because if those were to be announced, fuck, it would be fucking amazing.
But anyways, so yeah, this past Friday I was originally going to do my big CD order off of Amazon, eBay, and so on and so forth. But then the computer issues happened, so I'm like, I'm gonna have to put it on hold for a month. But it's going to
Yeah.
happen. I am going to get a big haul to get to 1,300.
Ooh.
So yeah, I'm getting there. But yeah, after next Friday, not this Friday, but the Friday after, when I get the processor and the cooling system, then I'm going to be saving up until like mid-May, and then I'm going to get some stuff.
Not bad, not bad.
But yeah, pretty much. Yeah, my computer running better, but like I said, just needs the new processor and cooling system, and then I shouldn't have to worry about any problems for a long time.
Well, that's good. Mm.
Um, WrestleMania though,
Oh God, where do we want to start? I guess we
by
should start from night
saying
one.
by saying it's a top 10 WrestleMania of all time, easy.
Yeah,
As
I
far
mean,
as people calling it the best WrestleMania of all time,
it's up there. I
it's
mean,
it's
it's up.
hard.
It's hard because to
You're
me,
never gonna you'd have
WrestleMania
to do
17.
you would have to do so much to surpass 17 or even 3 for that matter.
Yeah, or
19.
19. It's because every single match in this Mania card delivered. Yes, some of them were mixed
Well,
bag. Some of them
okay,
were
all
mixed
right.
bag.
Let's start with night 1, Rhea Becky. I thought it was a great match,
Mhm.
but it would have been better if Becky was 100%.
Yeah.
Because she was sick, so I feel like if she was 100%, it would have been better. But
And the fact that Rhea came out to Motionless in White. Wow.
ugh.
Hey, that's two bands she's come out to. New Year's Day and Motionless in White.
I love you, Rhea, but please pick a better band.
Hey, she's getting heavier. From New Year's Day to Motionless in White, it's sort of like really the same night, but more darker.
Anyways, 6-pack ladder match, awesome car crash
Awesome.
match as
Yeah.
usual. Even though people get at me for it, I am still not happy that they split the tag titles again.
Yeah, that was a big. When I saw the two titles hanging separately, I was like, "Oh no, they're gonna do that."
Yeah, it's like why
W-
can't modern fans get around the fact that it's better to have one world title and one tag title in a brand split? They can be on
I
both
mean,
shows. That's
it
all
could
they gotta
it
do.
could change with eventually Raw going to Netflix, but then again, SmackDown's still on Fox, and
It's going to be on USA next. I don't
It,
remember if it's next year or later this
I
year.
think it's later
I
or
think it's later this
later.
year. Yeah. But didn't expect Theory and Waller to get a belt. I
That
thought,
was a big what? There, I mean, good for
but
them.
Awesome Truth made sense. But I was expecting New Catch Republic to get the SmackDown
Or
belts
even
if they were
DIY,
splitting them.
or DIY to win the SmackDown titles.
Now I will say that one damn ladder where it was up. I don't know how that ladder didn't snap after so much going on. Yeah, the one ladder where one side, like the leg, it was like bending
Yeah,
like that. And like Jessica Carl's trying to tell Priest, you need to get another ladder, and
yeah,
he didn't listen, and then finally realized, oh yeah, get this damn ladder out of here. It's
yeah. I
broke.
saw that. I was like, what happened? Did someone botch something? But no, she was trying to tell him get another ladder.
Mm-hmm. Ray and Andrade versus Santos and Dom.
Yeah,
Solid match, but I feel like the wrong team went over. I think Santos and Dom should have
plus,
won.
I felt that this match would have been better if it was Ray and Santos just by themselves, to be
Mm-hmm.
honest. Cause
Yeah, it's
yeah,
honestly what it should have been was Ray
cause
Santos
yeah,
1-on-1.
it should have and let Santos win,
Mm-hmm.
and then you could have had the feud of Mask versus Hair down the road,
SummerSlam.
prep SummerSlam.
But now we get to the biggest disappointment across both nights: Jimmy versus Jay.
Mm.
Decent, but they
I
don't. It seems like they just didn't click well, and also too many super kicks,
Oh
boys.
yeah, super kick galore. But I felt that this match they should have added like a stipulation. But even though later in the night, Brock Roman and all that kind of made sense, but this match should have been like no holds barred, I quit, or submission match or something to elevate, the brothers fighting. You know, like what stipulation could have been better for this match if there were ever a stipulation?
I
Like what could
honestly
have
don't
met?
think. I honestly don't think there should have been a stipulation. Should have just been a normal match, but it's just they just didn't click very well.
They should have beat the living crap out of each other. That's what would have done more. More
Less
fists,
super
less
kicks and more
more
wrestling.
fists. Yeah.
But anyways, and then another case, I feel like the wrong guy won. I think Jimmy should have won because Jay, like we talked about on that stream a couple weeks ago, Jay's already a made man. Didn't really need this win. Now
Mm-hmm.
with Jimmy, it's like, what now? There's really
Yeah.
no point in doing a rematch now since Jay
Mm-hmm.
won.
Yeah. And I think during WrestleMania weekend they asked Rikishi if about his boys, and he's like, I can't pick either. They're my boys. I had a feeling maybe he could have like picked one at Mania, like he would come out and like tell him not to fight, but he would cross over one or whatever the fuck. It would have added more storytelling, like Jimmy would have won because of his dad. Kind of another different side of the bloodline saga, I guess.
But anyways, and then the 6-woman tag, another solid match, and it's like,
Mm-hmm.
yeah, it sucks Asuka lost again, but at least she didn't get pinned this
Yeah.
time. And Jade already about to be made a big time star.
Mm-hmm.
And then to Sammy Gunther,
One of the shockers.
all time classic IC title match in WrestleMania.
Shocker. I like everyone was expecting Gunther to retain. It made sense, but
Mm-hmm.
I'm not mad. I'm not mad.
I'm
Sammy
not mad
won.
that Sammy won. It's just, yeah, I was expecting Gunther to hold the belt until Berlin.
660 days. Nice one, Triple H.
666.
Oh yeah, nice one, Triple H. Nice one. How much better can you be than that?
669. And then to night one's main event, Roman Rock, Seth Cody. Great match. Granted,
Mm-hmm.
might have went like 10 minutes too long,
It
perhaps.
didn't feel that long. I didn't
It
feel it
didn't feel
until
that long, but looking at the time, maybe could have cut 10 minutes off, but it was still an awesome match. And I will say, I see The Rock having a few more matches
oh yeah. I mean, I know Rock right now went to go to Hollywood, so
because he's
Summer,
going to be out, and he's going to be out until
SummerSlam time.
August.
SummerSlam time.
I don't think he's going to be wrestling at SummerSlam.
No, like he'll come back to wrestling after like to
Maybe I don't know
maybe
because I read that he's going to be out from beginning of May until the beginning of August, and SummerSlam's August 3rd this year. So
or at least he'll.
I think he's off the table when it comes to SummerSlam. I'd say the next time we see him in a match, it will be Survivor Series, War Games.
You think Rocket War Games will be interesting, but
because Team Rock, Team Cody, or something like that.
True.
But if they somehow work around his schedule and he gets to come back for SummerSlam, we're getting Rock Cody at SummerSlam, and Cody beats The Rock.
Because I think next year's main event
is Roman Rock.
Roman Rock. That's where they're gonna build. I can see it now how they're gonna build it. Roman losing, and then The Rock's like, "You were my tribal chief. Now you're a tribal bitch. You don't deserve the title of the tribal chief."
Set up for Roman to go babyface, and I saw a theory going around, and I think it makes sense. The true Bloodline Civil War, like Rock forms his version of the Bloodline with Solo and Jacob Fatu, since he signed with the company.
Yeah,
and then Roman has his side and gets even though it might be too soon, but to get the Usos back together.
I mean, we have a year from now, so it could change. It could change.
Yeah. But I feel that would be a great way to like get Roman over as a babyface. And also he could reveal that he hates The Rock, or like he gained respect for Cody and thinks The Rock's too much of an asshole and wants to take him out. I think
Roman is now in a position that he is the only option to be slowly babyface. Not right away, but slowly as it goes along, because what can you do? I mean, that brain of his, God, it's legendary now. But now on to night two.
Night two, Drew Rollins, quick, but it was an awesome quick match. High impact, high
Claymore off the bat. I was like, what the I
was starting to think I thought they were going to pull a WrestleMania 28 on us.
Same with me.
Seconds. But they went 10.5, and Drew got his moment, finally winning a world title in front of a crowd, and even Rollins
for about 5 minutes.
Deserve it. And then CM Prick had to happen. But hey, at least Priest cashed in. I didn't think he was going to. I know that was a thought in everyone's head, but I thought there ain't no way.
I think I said it. I was like, nope, he ain't cashing in. And then I saw Drew being hurt. I was like, oh no. And then you hear the music.
I was expecting Punk to attack Priest when Priest's music hit, but no.
I mean, good for Priest.
Now I will say, fans, can we stop with the quote bisexual Undertaker comments? Because what about Priest is bisexual, you idiots? But I digress. Anyways, and then the Philadelphia street fight with Lashley and the Prophets versus Final Testament. I thought it was a really good brawl. Granted, you had a legendarily bad botch with the table because Lashley extend the legs first. Yeah. And they lay cross and the table breaks. But Bubba Ray Dudley, referee, was cool. But again, Scarlett looked amazing. She looked like a biker dominatrix, and I'm all for it.
Mad Max inspired Road Warriors.
But again, this was another match I felt the wrong team went over. I think Final Testament should have won.
Yeah, I think
because again, Lashley and the Prophets are over enough; they can take a loss. Whereas with Cross, do something with him. Give him some momentum, for crying out loud. It's like I get wins, and I even said it in the Instagram chat. Yeah, wins and losses don't matter, but Frankenstein needs to kill some villagers to get over. But they may have saved Cross because I saw the promo he cut after the match where he brought up You had Lashley, you took a backseat to Montez Ford, basically like teasing that maybe Montez turns heel.
And he joins the Final Testament.
Nah, he'd just be on his own. He doesn't need to be in a group. He
Because
just needs to be on
Montez
his own.
Ford, we've said this for a long
He's
time.
gonna be a main event star.
Give him
Destined.
the U.S. Intercontinental title off the bat, depending on the draft, because draft's coming back.
Yeah. And then LA Knight AJ Styles, very good match. And it's funny, you had two legends of TNA with a TNA ref. How much you want to bet Abyss and Bobby Roode produced that match?
I think Bobby did produce it.
And it was a very damn good match. Granted, AJ's theme,
yeah,
I'm not sold on it. I was expecting Evil Ways.
You had the chance to have Evil Ways. Why didn't you do it?
And then the triple threat for the U.S. title, great triple threat.
Great match. Kevin.
And that entrance from KO and Orton on the card.
Yeah.
That was like a callback to SmackDown, which was fun.
Yeah.
And yeah, Logan Paul retained, but hey, I don't care. I like Logan Paul. Suck it, assholes.
I mean, I like him as much, but goddamn, I respect him as a performer in the ring.
Hell, I'll even say it. I kind of like him as a person right now because he seems to have changed his tune a lot. Like I've seen interviews with him. Doesn't seem like an asshole. It's like, yeah, people want to bring up the Japan stuff, but I can get over it because that doesn't bother, doesn't affect me. So,
and once again, I said the guy in the freaking costume was gonna interfere in the match, and who it was this time?
I Show Speed. But yeah, and then Bailey Io. Awesome match. Far better than Rhea Becky was.
I like Bailey's entrance. The whole
Bailey's theme is really good.
Yeah.
Her new theme's really good. And Bailey got her moment. But now Roman Cody too. Holy crap.
If you talk about one of some of the greatest rematches in WrestleMania history, this one's up.
This is one of them, yeah. I would say top 5 Mania main event. I'd say it was notch better than last year's match.
Oh, yeah. This match was a Paul Heyman styled match.
First, we had Jimmy come out. Jay spears him off the stage.
Okay.
Solo come out. John Cena coming out to beat up Solo, which made sense.
Yes.
And then Rock comes out, and that callback to Mania 28 and 29.
Thrice in the lifetime.
And then Shield music, and I was like, I knew it was going to be Rollins, but I was like, what if somehow Triple H just bought out Moxley for this one night?
Like everybody else thought, no way. There's no way. Like, I was like, is it possible that Mox is going to be coming out with Rollins? Even though we knew it wasn't happening, but just imagine. Yeah. Like, for that one night, I mean, Triple H can be like, here, Tony, here's X amount of dollars. You need it more than we do, being how AEW is right now.
Yeah. And then the one I didn't expect, The Undertaker.
Nobody expected.
I thought it was going to be Austin. I was expecting Austin to show up and stun The Rock.
Everyone thought it was Austin because I was like, come on, Austin. Come on, Austin. You just hear the gong and was like, what the fuck?
And then the moment that will define Roman, he didn't go for it. He didn't go for Cody with the chair and decided to get payback for 10 years on Rollins, and it cost him everything.
Long-term booking.
Yeah.
All the callbacks on this match, I mean, Mike, if you've been paying attention since
the little details, the little things.
And then one crossroads.
Two crossroads. And then 3. 1, 2, 3.
I thought Roman was gonna kick out. I was like, they're gonna continue this.
And I'll say it too. The match may have went 33 and a half minutes. Should have been 10 minutes longer. Mm-hmm. Honestly, they should have taken the 10 minutes off of the night 1 main event and put it to this and add more chaos.
And if you notice, Roman was smiling when Cody pinned him. Yep. He was like, it's your time, kid. Make me proud.
And you know what? I guarantee you when he comes back, crowd's gonna turn him babyface.
I mean, from
They
last
have
night,
to.
from
They
last
have to.
from last night, everyone acknowledging the tribal chief.
Because we are never gonna see a run like that again, if not for a long time.
In probably what 20 years from now, 30 years from
Maybe
now.
longer. Maybe even longer.
Yeah, we can say we were there since the beginning at Payback when he won the title.
Against Bray and Strowman,
Yeah,
yeah.
the greatest Universal Champion. Because we can say this. Of all the Universal Champions that have been, there have been some good ones from Finn Balor the first,
KO, Goldberg, Brock,
Lesnar,
Rollins,
Roman for the first time.
Bray, Strowman, Roman.
Roman
Yeah.
is the greatest Universal Champion.
And top 5 WWE champion of all time. And now we are waiting for it to be called the WWE title again, and maybe the Winged Eagle coming back.
Pat McAfee's podcast, which was the night yesterday in the morning, they were calling it the WWE Championship. So a lot of sources are calling it now the WWE Championship. Once in a while, you call it the Undisputed WWE Universal, but they're gonna change it probably after the draft to the WWE Championship.
And maybe the Winged Eagle comes back.
Now, would you have Cody on Raw or still have him on SmackDown? Because the WWE Championship is on SmackDown.
Technically, yeah.
Technically, yeah. I think
it would depend on if Priest goes to SmackDown or not. If they decide to just switch the belts,
which is something they always do. They always switch.
Well, back then,
like
mainly the first big time they did was the 2005 draft where Cena was WWE champion, went to Raw, and Batista's World Heavyweight champion went to SmackDown.
Yeah.
So they could go down that route. Personally, for me, I think Cody will stay on Raw more than likely.
I think Cody goes to Raw.
Priest goes to SmackDown.
Well, the Judgment Day in general goes to SmackDown because if Priest goes, they go.
They're probably going to end up splitting some members away.
Like who? JD?
I think Priest is going to be on SmackDown. I say Dominic goes to SmackDown, and
Rhea has to go to SmackDown.
So Balor and JD I see staying on Raw, where I think Damian, Rhea, and Dom are going to go to SmackDown.
Yeah.
I think at least, but
because honestly,
because eventually we're going to get the Judgment Day implosion.
Mm-hmm.
So
yeah. But that WrestleMania main event, and then had the KO, Sammy, LA Knight, Brandy
Punk,
come out,
Orton,
Cena,
Bruce Pritchard, Triple H.
WrestleMania 10 callback.
Yes, it was. And then Hall of Fame. Okay, we'll save Heyman for last.
Mm-hmm.
First off, Thunderbolt Patterson's speech kind of gave me flashbacks to Mr. T.
My brother.
Oh man, it's like I get the guy had a stroke and he was an ordained minister, but it was like, oh my word.
No disrespect to the
no disrespect to him, but man,
I was
about to lose my mind.
I was like, please cut him off. I'm sorry. No disrespect to him. He's earned it, but please, someone. I was waiting for Kay to come out and be like, nah, man, it's time.
Yeah. But
Leah Maravilla, The Rock's grandmother's in the Hall of Fame now.
But and then of course the little tribute to Bray from Barry and Mike. But forget about all that. Paul Heyman's speech, which I was like, well, he probably just wants to go to bed early, so it's like, let's get his out of the way and shooting from the hip.
Right, I deserve it.
And winging it, no notes, speech, nothing. He was winging it. And I was wondering what was in the box, and then he pulls out the trench coat, the hat, and the headset, and the words that will never leave my head. If you think the spirit of ECW died in a bankruptcy court in 2001, well, you can suck my fucking dick.
And Baba was...
And Orton marked out, Grayson Waller marked out, Miz was laughing his ass off, Stephanie and Triple H are like, oh my lord.
I think your dad got
Gunther
canceled
cracked
again.
up. And I'm sorry to tell you, Stephanie, but you married the wrong Paul.
That was good. And Stephanie's back. That's another thing. She's back.
Well, I don't know if she's back in a if it was a one-time thing.
No, I think she's back, but I don't know if she'll be back like a board of directors or just like in maybe a special appearance or something. Because there's no way Stephanie's gonna be back on the board. They don't want a McMahon on the board.
Well, I apparently saw rumors that it's like, yeah, she ain't back. I think she was just there for a one-time appearance. But if she were to be back in a role, be on like something to do with the finances.
Probably
she's good. She's good with money. Booking.
No, leave that to Triple H. He's done a good job.
But Stephanie still looks great even at 47 years old.
MILF. And Nick Khan being there on the front.
In the front row on the right side of the ramp, yeah. But yeah, and then of course, last night on Raw, we get the confrontation with Rock and Cody, teasing the match between the two, but still gotta wonder, what in the hell did The Rock give Cody?
I was gonna say, but in the press, I was gonna say a watch, but in the press conference, he said
the watch that Dusty pawned.
Yeah, but it's not the watch. What could it be? Something that he knows?
Maybe we'll find out on Raw, or maybe SmackDown.
Do we really have SmackDown to get? Do we really have to know now? I mean, they could.
Well, I mean, it's gonna be one of them big mysteries. Like, what the hell was in Rock's hand and gave to Cody that got him upset?
It has to be something to do with the Rhodes, Dusty, and the Rock. I'm trying to think what it could be. What it could
Who knows?
Be.
But
the crowd
but the stuff with AEW, it's like they've already been desperate, but they're truly desperate when they're going to be revealing the fight of Punk and Jack Perry tomorrow night. I'll watch it just to add the natural curiosity, just to be like, okay, what the hell even happened? But then I'll be like, oh well.
I listened to both Cornette and Bischoff of their thoughts over this whole showing what happened at London.
And
and Bischoff said that they're fucking desperate. Cornette said that they're fucking desperate. The fact that they keep mentioning Punk in a company that he's no longer employed and it's still kind of like the biggest draw they've ever had. Like, think about it. Punk being the biggest draw in two fucking companies. Tony, that's another thing. Tony let go some people after the interview with Punk. So isn't that kind of showing you, yeah, I can be a boss? I'm like, what's a cool?
Not the right kind of boss, if you ask me.
I mean, he's not really a boss, like you said.
He's a fucking mark with money. That's all it is. And it's going to get so much to the point where his dad is going to be like, okay, you've had your fun. I'm taking this away from you and I'm shutting your shit down.
My God. I mean,
I don't want the company to die because we need more wrestling companies, but fucking Tony, either just stay behind the curtain and just pay them and let the fucking wrestlers or let somebody who knows what to do with booking book your shows, or just get the hell out.
That's the thing. That's the thing. Tony is the only one that books everything. You don't have a Pat Patterson. You don't have a Gerald Briscoe. You don't have
a Paul Heyman. You don't have a Dusty Rhodes. You don't have a Kevin Sullivan. You don't have Eddie Graham.
You don't have somebody who's been in the business and knows something or two about booking a wrestling promotion Like, I don't mind Tony putting some input on the creative. It's his company, but let the guy who knows the booking do the most of the booking. And Tony can say like, this is like, okay, I approve of this. Nobody can change this. Like, we need somebody to help Tony out with the booking. Will that happen? Will Tony's big mark ass red sucking motherfucking cock will let us do it? I don't know.
No. But, and then to echo a comment I saw from Wyatt's Metal Life about Moxley probably never going back to the WWE, he will.
He will. A Punk
He'll
came
go
back.
back. It's just, if Punk went back, Mox will go back.
It's gonna take a while.
And I bet you Mox deep down wishes he was back in WWE right now because of how good they're doing.
Can you imagine Moxley if he was still in WWE involved in the Bloodline storyline? Can you imagine?
You know, there would have been a lot of craziness going on. Or how about this? Well, nah, never mind. Oh yeah, and then one other thing we forgot to talk about: Uncle Howdy coming back soon.
It's teasing. I mean, if you saw the Bray Wyatt documentary, which great documentary, I've seen it like 3 times.
Fucking cried.
I've cried 3 times.
That was the first time I've like really cried in a long time.
The ending of the documentary was like, no.
My only reservation about all this is how are they going to pull this off without Bray? Because it was all Bray's brainchild to do all this. So it's like, I would assume Bo knows enough about how Bray works that he might have taken some of what he did and he can apply it to what's coming.
And on the documentary, it was revealed that the Fiend was going to come back
with a new mask that looked awesome.
And the fact that he had like a face of JoJo on the back of the mask, instead of doing the normal spider walk, it will be like a normal kind of crawling, will show the mask.
Mm-hmm.
Which I wonder if that could still. I mean, I don't know. Being with, I don't know how they're gonna pull it up with Uncle Howdy. It's I mean, if there's one person who can carry on Bray's legacy, is his brother. Mm-hmm. That's like the only person I can tell you can do it justice. But without Bray being actually in the mix, it's gonna be difficult.
It's gonna be hard. It's gonna be difficult to pull off. But
I'm pretty sure in the fact that Triple H worked a lot with Bray with the whole
and Bruce Pritchard
with the whole Firefly Funhouse and all that. I'm pretty sure they have some ideas, and Bo just like, okay, like, I don't know, they're gonna pull it up somehow. And I wonder if they're gonna do the eventual Wyatt 6, because that was one of the things it was planned to happen, you know? And with Bliss starting to come back, as starting to train again, you think they're gonna revisit that with Bliss?
Maybe. I don't know. I feel like Bliss, they need to do something different with her. I don't know.
Would it be crazy if Bliss goes back to NXT? I wouldn't mind. I mean, even though she's great in the ring, she's all that. I mean, to kind of elevate the brand, kind of like how Becky did it.
Well, I see Natalya. Well, Natalya was on NXT tonight. I completely forgot, but
yeah.
But speaking of NXT, we forgot to talk about Stand and Deliver.
Great.
So
pay-per-view.
Corbin and Breakker retaining. I was surprised. I was almost dead set they were going to lose the belts because Braun's got to go to SmackDown.
I mean, eventually. I mean, when's the next NXT event?
Not until late May with Battleground, which is happening in the UFC Apex.
I think that's where they lose the titles and Braun. I mean, it depends on the draft. Maybe once the draft happens. Because the draft happens.
By the next show, Braun's gonna lose.
Yeah.
Him and Corbin. So, anyways, and then that fucking triple threat with Obafemi, Dijak, and Josh Briggs, fantastic. That was one of the best triple threat matches I've ever seen, and holy crap, they were doing stuff that big guys shouldn't, but can.
I was expecting this to be a good match. I wasn't expecting to be a phenomenal match.
Yeah, that was like legit one of my favorite triple threat matches I've ever seen. So the 6-woman tag was what it was. We're still
Mhm.
getting the teases of Thea versus JC 1-on-1.
Yeah.
Roxanne and Lyra Valkyria, very good match.
Yes.
I didn't get to see much of Dragunov and D'Angelo because I was doing other stuff, but I heard it was great.
It was good. And
And
speaking of,
then and then Trick Mello, awesome match there too.
yep. And again, Dragonov made his debut on Raw.
Against Nakamura. And it
And we
was for a short match.
all
For a short match, it was really good.
know what they're gonna be planning with Dragonov. Eventually. Eventually.
Well, it would have if Gunther was still Intercontinental Champion. I don't
I
know
mean,
if
they,
we're gonna get it now.
I mean, they could.
And besides Dragonov, I think he's staying in NXT until
Well,
late
they
summer.
announced that he's eligible for the draft.
Yeah, but I don't think he's going anywhere. I think he's going to be on NXT at least through the summer and then come to the main roster because you got to start building up for Trick to be the one to take the belt off Dragunov.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but Dragonov Gunther maybe at Royal Rumble or WrestleMania, like kind of build
Well,
it.
WrestleMania. Well, if Brock when Brock Lesnar comes back, I think we're getting Gunther Brock at Mania next year.
But where would you have Dragonov?
I don't know.
Survivor Series? No, not Survivor Series. Rumble, maybe at the Rumble.
Well, if he's going to come up to the main roster, it's going to be after SummerSlam.
Uh,
So like the Raw after SummerSlam or SmackDown after SummerSlam.
by that
Because I
time,
think because I think by that point,
we should have another
before
Saudi show.
SummerSlam, which would be well, the next NXT event will be Heat Wave in early July, right before, or actually, I think it's the day after. Yeah, the day after Money in the Bank. I think Dragunov is going to lose the NXT title there to Trick
Mm-hmm.
Williams.
Hmm.
But
What else has happened? King of the
but
Ring and Queen of the
King
Ring
and
coming
Queen
back.
of the Ring coming up again, which I'm happy for. But the one thing I would hope they would do, and I doubt they're going to do it, have the winners of each tournament get a title shot at SummerSlam, like they did for 2002, because that was brilliant.
They could. They could. It could happen.
But anyways, you know what? I'm still holding out for. I'm still holding out for an MJF appearance somewhere.
That's what everyone was saying on Raw. Like, is it possible? MJF was like,
Because
just
we
no.
still don't know where he's going. Like people say, oh, he signed back with AEW. Who said that? Who said he did? I
I'd be,
haven't seen any reports about it.
I'd be crazy to think that MJF is just sitting on his contract till 2025.
Well, his deal ran out January.
Didn't he get an
January
extension?
1st. No, January 1st was it for the contract.
But he got an extension to work a couple of more days. Because when did MJF leave? When was the match?
New Year's Eve, like this end of December last year at that World's End pay-per-view when he lost to Joe. And the reason why I keep thinking he might be coming over is because, yeah, it's like if he goes back, yeah, they got a storyline with him and Adam Cole. But even at that, I feel like they ended that storyline on a good note with them revealing Adam Cole was the devil and betrayed MJF and sent MJF out. And also, if people hadn't seen the footage, after the match, he basically did a farewell send-off to the fans and crying, waving like as if that was it for him and that he ain't coming back. And even if he were to show up, he can't wrestle for another month or two because he's still hurt.
Yeah.
But I'm just hoping, like, okay, if you go to AEW, fine, you're wasting your time over there because what else do you have to do? Come to WWE and you get new people, and it's going to be amazing.
Authors Pain are back on NXT.
probably for a one-time appearance before
Nope.
the draft.
Now they're after the NXT tag team titles.
Probably still just an appearance, kind of like the OC, because they're
Probably.
still back and forth between SmackDown and NXT.
Mm-hmm.
Um, but I saw that NXT's getting a women's mid card title, which
North
is a good
American.
idea considering they have a huge women's roster that could
Now,
use
who would you
that.
crown as the first woman's North American champion? Who? I mean, I'm just gonna say it. Give it to Nikita Lyons.
If she
Just
even comes back
if she
beforehand,
comes back, but
I would say either JC Jane or Blair Davenport.
hmm.
I'd probably lean more towards Blair Davenport.
Now, now underdog. I mean, because there always has to be an underdog.
Fallon Henley
You think? Let's see.
or Thea Hale.
Yeah, Thea Hale. Maybe Gigi could be in the tournament. Because I don't know if it's gonna be a tournament. I think it has to be a tournament.
Yeah.
Um, who else could possibly win it? Who would benefit more of winning the title? I was gonna say Roxanne if she wouldn't have won the NXT Women's title back.
Mm-hmm. I don't
Um,
know. I feel like either Blair Davenport or JC Jane.
yeah.
Give it
See,
to a heel, I
yeah.
would say.
Let's see what else is happening wrestling that we're forgetting.
I think we pretty much covered all the bases that happened over the
I'm
weekend.
trying to figure it out something that happened during the weekend, like maybe in the Indies.
Well, oh yeah, Ring of Honor. Mark Briscoe won the Ring of Honor World Title finally.
Finally, I think the only pair of brothers who won the Ring of Honor World Title
Yeah, because Jay had it a couple times. Mark
times.
never
Yeah,
did. So
so that's kind of bittersweet.
yeah,
Um, AEW, where we kind of cover that.
pretty much because they're fucking desperate and Tony Khan needs to quit booking.
Oh, and I'm guessing the ratings are going to be sort of high this time around for tomorrow.
Even yeah, they're going to get some viewers because people are going to be curious. Like I'm curious just to see the footage,
Same
just
with
so I
me.
know what's happening. But at the same time, after I'll see the footage, I'll be like, okay, let's move
And
on.
could this be the potential how to bring back Jack Perry?
I don't think he's bringing Jack Perry back.
I mean,
I think Tony hates him for life for making Punk go. Essentially, because of what happened.
it's
Jack Perry, I don't think's ever going back to AEW. I think they're going to have him sit out the rest of his contract while Jack's doing work in New Japan.
it will be
Because
interesting.
I think Tony Khan flat out hates Jack Perry for life now.
Didn't he not talk to him for almost like since Brawl Out? Hasn't he even talked to him?
Or Brawl In, you mean?
No, not All In. Yeah, All In, not Brawl Out. I'm confusing the two of those.
But yeah, Jack Perry ain't never coming back.
Oh my god, I cannot wait for the day, the rise and fall of AEW. Or a Dark Side of the Ring on the Brawl Out or
On
All In One.
everything, yeah.
Yeah. The Dark Side of the Rings have been pretty good this season.
I feel like they're just running out of ideas. They're just throwing out a bunch of random ones out of nowhere.
I mean, what else could they cover? I mean, I know I want them to cover the Lady of Silence, La Matamujitas, but that's a really long one. I mean, there's a documentary about her on Netflix if you are interested in watching it. They were jokingly saying that season 6 all about Vince McMahon.
And you know what? The more I'm reading into that whole thing, and I saw that apparently some letter that woman sent him was essentially written from a movie.
Yeah,
It's
some love
like,
letters.
and I'm like, okay. The more I see this stuff, the fact she wrote a letter from a movie just makes me think she's making all this up. Like she was maybe in the relationship with Vince, and then Vince backed off, and now she's pissed off and decided to get him in trouble. I honestly feel like that's what's happening. Like I'm starting to believe that Vince had no sex trafficking stuff going on. They were just in a relationship and he broke up with her and she was pissed off and now is suing him for all these crazy things that still make no sense in my head.
I mean, I don't know.
Like a kink for shitting on a woman's face. That
No,
no.
no. Ugh.
Again, all this just sounds like it's a fan fiction gone wrong. Like God.
I don't know.
And even if Vince gets found not guilty, he ain't never coming back.
Oh
They won't
no.
let him come back.
Yeah, coming.
Even if he offers them so much money, they're gonna be like, no.
Yeah, even though I think Vince has sold a lot of his whole stock,
Mm-hmm.
I think he still holds some left. What else has happened in wrestling? I think that
Oh yeah,
covers.
Ronda Rousey been going a little bit crazy lately. Some things I will agree with her on, like like she talks about how Bruce Pritchard and Johnny Ace kind of treated Aaliyah like crap, and Ronda,
Yeah,
Liv, Bailey, among many others, are trying to stick up for her. And like, okay, Pritchard, I'm iffy about. Johnny Ace, I can understand being
yeah,
upset at him. And then the Drew Gulak thing, that's a little weird, but
that's tough.
at least she has nothing but good things to say about Stephanie and Triple H. So
Hmm.
yeah,
I mean, I don't know. I mean,
just a bit weird.
it's weird with Pritchard. I sometimes like him, or sometimes I don't like him, depending on the day.
And
Johnny,
what happens? Johnny Ace can go fuck off.
especially, he was allegedly doing all this while his wife was battling cancer. That's low.
The Bella's mom,
Danielson's father-in-law, some sort.
stepfather, I think it would be
Yep,
in this case.
stepfather-in-law, whatever you call it now.
Yeah, but not to mention it's the same guy who almost made Undertaker contract hepatitis C. How did he not get fired from that? I'll never know.
Oh God. Oh, Johnny Ace.
People power! Hi, I'm John Laurinaitis, and this is my career. It's absolute shit.
Literally.
I couldn't book to save my life. Yeah, I might have been a decent wrestler, but that was only because of Shane Douglas and working in Japan. I couldn't get over in America, so I had to kiss ass to Eric Bischoff and then to Vince McMahon. Goddamn, pal.
Goddamn motherfucker.
Fucking bozo. Never forgive him for nearly making Undertaker get Hep C.
God damn it. God damn it. God damn it.
But anyways, let's talk a
Mm,
little bit about some music for a little
yes.
bit. So,
Ooh, this year
well,
has been.
I don't have my album list, so I can't look at what's coming out. But I do know the big ones coming out later in the month. Like next week, we got My Dying Bride and High on Fire and
Those are
Tear.
gonna be. Those are gonna be
And
good.
then at the end of the month, we got Dark Throne, Deicide, and Accept,
Yes.
which interesting.
Mm-hmm. That's gonna be interesting. I've been jamming Invincible Shield for the past 3 weeks straight. So good.
Yeah.
Fucking good. I finally got the chance to listen to the new Hanford album. I don't know why it took me that long to listen to
The
it.
new what?
Hanford.
Oh yeah, now I know what you mean.
Yeah, yeah. Hanford. I finally got to listen to it. I don't know why it took me that long to listen to it. It's pretty good. I was re-listening to Blood Red Throne. Pretty still good. Probably the best death album of the year. I'm just gonna say it. One. I mean, there's still some I still need to listen to, but in terms of like a big notable band,
Right.
What else have I been listening to? Dotsrit. I listened to that album. Fucking Valhalla. My God, so fucking good. Um,
Borknagar.
yes, Borknagar. My God, this year's hitting us like
already been off to a great start. Skeletal Remains, Necrophobic.
that Necrophobic album. It's so
I don't
good.
know if it's better than Dawn of the Damned, but it's close.
It's up there. It's up there.
But then again, to me, I don't think you're going to have a better Necrophobic album than Nocturnal Silence to debut.
Mm-hmm.
But
Yeah, that iconic album,
that's a band I need to get all their albums
that
from.
iconic album cover, in terms of like 90s, early 80s, early 90s death
Or
metal.
mid 90s Black and Death.
Mm-hmm.
And the first real Black and Death album, too. As it literally sounds like if Bathory and Entombed had a child. It's a shame they didn't really play much with the HM2 after that, and they went more towards like dissection style guitar tones. Like
Yeah.
dissection and hypocrisy, kind of.
Yeah. Let's see now. What can we expect the next couple of months?
Gate Creeper finally coming out in May.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, you know what? I'll just go to Metal
Yeah.
Archives to look.
I'm trying to figure out bands who haven't announced anything, but for sure gonna release something this year.
Dream
Like,
Theater. Dream Theater, they got the drum tracks done. Mike Portnoy got drum tracks done, so now they just got to do everything else. I think that
yeah,
will be out sometime in the fall, probably.
because they announced that that European tour, so around that time. I'm just saying this Swallow Sun could release something, even though this year they've released their autobiography, which I am waiting for the English translation, and I'm gonna buy that fucker.
All right, so May. Damn it. May releases.
Mhm.
So, as far as notable ones, we have Yasualda Sun Spine Farm Years compilation. We have Unleash the Archers.
That should be good.
Necrophagia releasing stuff that they did with their old frontman Killjoy before he passed.
Necrophobic and Necrophagia. Try to say that 20 times.
Necrophagist as well. And then this band I heard about courtesy of Full Terror Assault last fall when Thralls went, Belushi Speedball.
Sounds like a stoner band.
But it's a crossover thrash band, very much like Municipal Waste. And they even have a song called We Ripped Off Municipal Waste. Oh boy, everyone's favorite 6 Feet Under comes out May 10th with Killing for Revenge. Anyways, what else in May do we have?
Yeah.
Oh, this one I think you're going to be curious about now. Godin. Because it's essentially former members of Winter.
Yeah, that's going to be interesting.
Which apparently this is their second album. So they had one in 2020 called Beyond Darkness, and it was quite long, about 76 minutes apparently. Anyways, and then what else in May? Of course, new Gate Creeper, which I think out of all the albums coming out in May, that's the one I'm looking forward to most because it's been almost 5 years. Oh, Nocturnus AD finally releasing their follow-up to Paradox. Pallbearer.
Yes, Pallbearer. Yes, Pallbearer. I'm hella excited for that album. May 17th, am I mistaken?
Yep. Rotting Christ. I forgot about Rotting Christ.
That's true. Also another big one, Rotting Christ.
And and then for like reissues at the end of May is the Black Sabbath Anno Domini Tony Martin years box set minus Eternal Idol.
I might snatch that, but I'm not sure because Forbidden's in there. I'll just wait till like they're all separate and buy them.
If they are gonna do it. What the hell did huh?
What? What?
Tell me this isn't real.
What?
What the hell is this?
Um, context. I need context here.
um, um,
Just send it.
this.
Just take a picture or just put it on the screen or send it to me right now. I want to see this. I want to see this.
So, um, I'll just send it to you. Don't say anything about it yet.
Just send it. Just send it. Let's see.
I did not think this was a thing.
Oh.
So what we are laughing at, I was scrolling through the upcoming albums and I see this band called Lesbian Tribbing Squirt. They're a brutal death metal / gore grind band from Taiwan whose lyrics are all about lesbian sex. Oh my god.
Have you checked their 2024 album cover?
Yes, I have. Holy crap.
I mean, it's Taiwan. I mean, you could even see a certain logo on the cover that some people are pissed off that Texas no longer has. Pretty interesting. Even the song titles are something. Like I'll help you have the best masturbation. Let me check the other albums from these guys. Let's see their debut. Oh my fucking god.
I think Ricky's scarred for life now.
I mean, as a guy who's done controversial album covers, this
might be a new addition.
Might be something to talk about in a future video, but I'm not even sure I can show the album cover without getting fucking censored or fucking blocked. Let's see the sophomore. How could it get any worse? Okay, at least this one is sort of decent. Never mind. I actually saw everything else. Never mind.
You saw the other bits.
Yeah, I mean, don't get me wrong. They look hot, but now I'm curious. I want to listen to these guys. If they're good, I mean, the album cover, I wouldn't mind it.
Oh god. Anyways, moving on. Moving on from there. All right, so June we have releases coming out from Severe Torture. We have Dysrhythmia, which I think that was a band of Colin Marston and Kevin Hufnagel, both from Gorguts. Let's see. We also have New Ulcerate, which I haven't checked out the new single yet. I need to.
I need to check out
Malignancy. Finally, a new Crypt Sermon album. I really liked that last one.
It's been how long since the previous?
5 years. 5 years.
Shit.
We also have Limbonic Art, which I need to check them out. Anvil releasing new stuff. And yeah, and then there's some coming out for July, like Powerwolf.
Yes, Powerwolf.
And then August, and then so far August, there's one big one that's Winter Sun with Time Part 2.
Mm-hmm. That's gonna be.
But honestly, the hype for that band's kind of died, considering they're lazy. Yari's lazy.
Now, bands that could release something.
Well, we know Dream Theater,
Dream
possibly
Theater.
Testament, considering it's election year, and they like to release an album every election
Mm,
year. Maybe new
Overkill.
Anthrax. Overkill, no, they just did last year.
Anthrax probably. Um, Trying to figure it out. Band that could release something out of nowhere. Maybe Ramstein.
Mm,
But then again, Ramstein's kind of busy with the European tours at the moment. Uh, Trying to think of an let me check. Let me check the collection here. Well, Darkness releasing something. Um, Mastodon released something a couple of years ago. I wouldn't mind a new Mastodon album.
I would love a new Hate Eternal album. Well, I think we are supposed to get a new Nile album this year.
I mean, I think with Rutang now being in Cannibal, while Cannibal's off, Rutang could probably do something with Hate Eternal. Just saying.
Maybe.
Um, no, it's too soon. I was gonna say Behemoth, but no, it's too soon. Um, Maybe Agalok, because Agalok's been touring sporadically, so I think they're in the mix of eventually giving us new music. Which I still want them to
Maybe.
do a full on tour. I wouldn't mind. I would love to see them. Is Autopsy releasing something, or did they release something last year?
They released something last year.
Oh yeah, okay.
But then again, they might release something this year, considering we had back to back years of Autopsy.
Um, Paradise Lost is gonna probably release something since My Dying Bride's releasing something. Cat,
Oh,
uh, I was gonna say Catatonia.
that was
Have they
last
released?
year.
That was last year, yeah. Um, Incantation was last year. Um, Immortal was a couple of years ago.
I hope for a new In Mourning album this year.
That would be kind of good. Insomnia was last year. Dream Theater possibly this year. I wouldn't mind a
Well,
new.
this
I
Dream
wouldn't.
Theater is this year.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind a new Druid Lord album.
Yeah.
Mm,
New Hooded Menace, please.
I think Hooded Menace probably around September could
Summer,
release some. Yeah,
summertime.
yeah, that's a band I do see them releasing something. Uh,
Crap.
no, there's no way. I was gonna say Dead Spell, but no, there's no way. Mm,
What am I hearing?
oh, it's just my family.
Oh, I thought I heard like a squealing girl.
Oh no, it's my mom. I mean, my uncle's here, but they're just like talking and all that. So nothing to worry about. Um, Maybe Moonspell could release something after the previous album kind of was a bit of a letdown. I mean, I'm gonna say because 1755 was an amazing album. To follow up that album was kind of shooting yourself in the foot already. Uh, mm, Creators too soon. Sodom, I think it's a
Maybe Sodom.
maybe
Maybe Sodom.
Sodom. Tankard, I doubt it.
Maybe New Exodus.
I think Exodus could possibly release something.
Oh.
Uh,
Mm.
no, maybe a new Amenra. I wouldn't mind a new Amenra. It's been a while since
What's up,
Gabriel.
Ben? And what's up, Nick?
So,
Yeah,
uh,
we're just discussing what could come out this year.
Here's a crazy one. How about a new Def Leppard album? I mean, I'm just saying because. ¿Por qué?
Def Leppard just need to stop.
I mean, the only reason I mentioned is because Scorpions released a good album last year, a great album.
Yeah, but that's Scorpions.
Accept perhaps.
Well, they're coming out at the end of this month.
Yeah, that's true. All right.
You forgot?
Yeah. Trying to figure it out. There's a band that I have here that hasn't released something. What's the name of the band? It's a grindcore band.
Napalm Death.
No, not Napalm.
Even though they're due for one.
Yeah, it's been a while. It starts with a W.
Worm Rot?
Warm Rot.
They just had one 2 years ago.
I know, but they could release something. I would love a new Warm Rot album.
Warbringer.
Warbringer. Yeah.
Havoc.
Here's one that it possibly, maybe Victor. It's been...
Well, it's been rumored that it's being worked on.
I mean, it's been what?
8 years.
Close to 7, 8 years since the
8
release.
years. Terminal Redux.
Which that album
was insane.
Yeah. Space, thrash metal, like what?
Oh shit. Why am I so tired all of a sudden? My head.
I don't know, same with me. I feel tired. It's rare when that happens at work. Belphegor. Gorguts, Belphegor. Awesome.
Well, Belphegor, it's been 2 years.
Yeah, but Gorguts, I think, because I think Lil was talking about releasing something. Because it's been 11 years.
It's been 11 years since Colored Sands and 8 years since Pallades Dust. I would like a new Obscura album since it's been almost 3 years.
My God, that would be amazing.
That last one was really, really good.
Let's see. Primordial released something last year.
Oh, man.
I'm trying to see.
Oh, crap.
No, they released something.
Man, why does it feel like the back of my head's killing me? Like, what the hell?
I don't know.
It's almost like the food I ate earlier is like crept up my back and up to my head. It feels like I have a freaking pillow made out of food right now in my head.
What you eat?
The pork tenderloin sandwich.
Ooh, I had Popeyes today.
And I took some antacids to get rid of heartburn, but now it just feels like everything's just coming up into my head.
I hear voices in my head.
Oh, God. I was watching a meme from 11 years ago last night of Damien Sandow singing Orton's theme. Randy hears voices inside his head. The sound of him puts me to bed, puts me to sleep.
That's somebody that needs to come back to WWE, Damien Sandow.
Man, yeah.
Can you imagine him coming back and still like kind of renew that Cody rivalry? You know, it would be something.
One-time Rhodes Scholars tag match. Oh, man.
Do a little bit of Mizdow once in a while. I was rewatching some of the Mizdow stuff, and my God, it was so good. The fact that Sandow got that gimmick over, which wasn't intentionally supposed to get over, and it still got over. You know.
Oh, here's another band I hope releases something this year: Black Crown Initiate. It's been almost 4 years, and that last album was fantastico.
Maybe AC/DC, even though they're gonna be touring Europe in the summer, which kind of fucking sucks. They're not coming to the States, but I think they're gonna come to the States next year because it's first European tour and then American tour. And then again, they're older, so you know.
I mean, there's plenty. There is definitely plenty. Ow.
Mm,
Ow.
um, let's see. What have I bought lately? I'm still waiting on my earache package for 3 Cannibal albums, which should be coming soon because they shipped it like
Which three?
the Wretched Spawned, the Uncensored, Gore Obsess, and Bloodthirst. So that's
So that's
an
the middle period.
so I'm almost there in completing Cannibal. I think after that I'm gonna be missing Butcher the Burst, then because I think I'm
Nick.
just missing
So I
sub.
can't hear you guys. Hold on. Let me. For some odd reason, there's no sound from you guys. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's weird. Let me try jumping back in.
Yeah. I think he has his mic muted or something.
No, not his mic muted. No.
Or like when you log in, like mute on
Oh,
mute
like
or
the
something.
speakers.
Yeah.
Maybe. We'll see.
Yeah.
Actually, here's a band I would like to see new music from, even though it's been just 2 years. Hath or Hath,
Ooh.
because that last one, I just need to get their stuff because they're basically again they're basically like a mix of what would happen if you mixed Behemoth, Bloodbath, and Sulphur Aeon together, like HN2
Yeah.
guitars, proggy, Black and Death.
I think Cradle of Phil might release something. It's around that time.
I think they were working on stuff from what I saw.
I think they were. Which if Cradle does come back a tour, I'll see them again. And this time, I'm gonna have the chance. I want to meet Danny because he's the only one I didn't meet. That in the basis, Daniel, when Cradle came to San Antonio. I'm just happy I got to meet Lindsay perform with Cradle before she left Cradle. You know,
Mm-hmm.
still
Yep.
one of my many metal crushes.
I don't know who my biggest metal crush at this point is now because there's
I
just so
mean,
many.
who could it? I mean, who? I mean, there's a lot.
I don't know that chick from the band Stabbing. She's pretty woohoo,
Mm-hmm.
and that's a Austin Houston band. Bridget Lynch, is her name.
Mm-hmm.
She fine. And that's a
Oh,
band I need to check out because I hear her gutturals are fucking putrid sounding.
brutal,
So,
brutal.
yep.
Um, um,
But yeah, I can't wait for that new Ulcerate album. Very crazy title, Cutting the Throat of God.
that's gonna
And
have some.
looking at the song titles and the lengths, we're in for a long one. It's going to be almost an hour because like you got 7 minutes, 7.5, 8, 8.5, almost 8.5, 9.5, almost 9 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
So it's going to be quite the album, I bet.
Oh yeah.
And that's probably a band I should do a ranking for next year.
Yeah.
Which speaking of rankings, I still have the footage from the Pantera ranking done. I just need to wait to get the cable to convert the rest of the files. Like I have a microphone recording audio for it that I gotta take from this to put it on the new shit. And then edit it all together and it should be out sometime next week.
Yeah. I'm gonna get some water. BRB.
Okay. Yes, that leaves me alone for a moment, at least until Nick comes back. But actually, I haven't been paying attention much to the chat. How about I take a look? Yeah, I would expect Warbringer, considering it's been 4 years since their last album. Same with Havoc. God, I'm just wondering why my head is hurting so bad. Why? It's just out of nowhere.
There we go.
Everything good now?
Yeah, I don't know what the hell was going on with the sound there.
But what's been up with you?
Not too much. Gonna go out to Philly for the Dust Bowl Metal and Beer Fest.
Damn.
Yeah, gonna be leaving. Fuck, like super early Thursday morning, and then well, not Thursday morning. Shit, my bad. Friday morning. It'll be whatever. It'll be late at night, essentially. I don't know for me.
Right.
Hopefully, gonna get a chance to rest the hotel before the doors, which I think the doors are at 3 or 4. And then, yeah, gonna get a chance to meet Dreadful Rick,
Nice.
and Jeff too. So yeah, then we're gonna plan out our thing for MDF because I think we're gonna end up doing a stream about like all the bands playing and shit. And I was already looking at the lineups for each day and scheduling as to where the hell I'm gonna be.
That's the thing with festivals. Like, you have to manage your schedule, because what if you want to see one band, but another band is playing the same time? You're like, which one you have to choose?
When there's like three or more stages, like you really got to kind of plan it out. This is definitely the case with MDF. Like other ones, like FTA is only 2 stages. So when one band ends in one stage, you shuffle off to the next stage, which is just a little walk across a field. So yeah, I mean, but that one, yeah, you gotta plan out and figure out who's playing when. Like, all right, who am I gonna miss here?
Yeah.
So I can see this band.
It's like, can you imagine, Levi? Like, hypothetically, just say Metallica's playing in one hand and Avenged Sevenfold in the other. Who would you choose? I mean, of course,
Metallica, easily.
Or how about Opeth in one hand and, I don't know, just hypothetically, it's Insanity.
I've seen Opeth multiple times. I'd probably go with the Edge.
Well, I mean, obviously, if Edge of Sanity was still around.
Yeah.
But...
Or Cannibal and Opeth.
Opeth for me.
Really? Still?
I don't know. I mean, I'm terrible with these questions. Stop it. I'm terrible with that stuff.
I mean, well, let's see. Like the first day, at least there's only one band playing at the power plant, and that is Sodom doing their Agent Orange set. And they will probably be the only band on at that time. So, yeah, I'm not going to miss that one. But,
to see that.
Yeah, looks like, well, one, actually, Jeff's talking to one of the members right now, one of the members of Cathelist. They'll be playing that day too at the Ram. It's just pretty fucking stacked too, so there'll be a lot of bouncing back and forth. But yeah, it's it's hell because I've had to. I think the first year I went at the same time. Tomb Mold was playing and Church of Misery, and I chose Tomb Mold just because, like, dude, I feel like I just got to see this fucking band. And I did, and they were amazing. I didn't even know that their drummer was the frontman at that point. And then, everyone. Then, of course, the rest of the day, everyone told me, it was like, dude, fucking Church of Misery tore it up, man. They were absolutely amazing, dude. Did you go see them? It's like, no, I saw Tomb Mold. They were pretty fucking cool. I was like, yeah, no, Tomb Mold's cool. Man. You should have saw Church of Misery. I was like, dude, okay, I get it.
Well, anyways, so yeah, Nick, I managed to get most of my computer stuff sorted out.
Good deal.
So yeah, I was gonna buy a bunch of albums Friday, and then last Tuesday happened where it decided to go while I was trying to move my files from my Pantera recording, And one thing led to another, and then I decided, okay, I'm finally going to buy these parts. New GPU, more memory, and a new hard drive. And it works very well. Occasionally, I'll still get the CPU overheating thing, but it don't overheat. It's just stupid. But I am going to get a new processor and cooling system next week, and then I shouldn't have to worry about computer issues for a long time. And in fact,
get multiple.
Here's the old hard drive. Here's the old hard drive, which I got a cable coming to hook it up to the computer so I can get all the files I had left over and put it on here. Like I got an audio recording from my Blue Yeti for the Pantera ranking I need. And then I can finally get to start editing that and post that video next week.
Yeah, I had to get a new external hard drive not too long ago because I finally filled up almost all of my 10 terabyte ones, and I have an 18 terabyte external hard drive.
18 terabyte.
Yeah, gotta have.
I didn't think they'd make those.
Oh yeah,
yeah.
It wasn't the largest out there. Let's like ones that were like 2.
Yeah, I got a 2 terabyte solid state, which I almost didn't get this stuff installed over the weekend because I was going to have a friend of mine help me out, and I was just tired of waiting, so I just started watching videos. Okay, how do you put this in? How you put that in? And it was easier than I thought.
I mean, I still don't know any of that shit. But I got friends that can help me out.
Yeah, like eventually when I get this new processor, the thermal paste for it, and the new cooling fans for it, we should be good to go. Because, man, I don't know if you guys, maybe Ricky might catch it, especially in my later album reviews I've done lately. You might hear the fan from the computer rear end. It's like, but it's like really quiet. That's the freaking cooling system on this thing. It's been making that noise for 2 years, and I'm about tired of it.
Well, I mean, you can just play music in the background, like at a low volume, because it generally just comes out as a low rumble anyway.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Eventually, like I said, next Friday is what I'm shooting for to get the extra stuff, and then be on my merry way, and I can probably do more gaming streams than I was over the past year. So things are looking up. And also, I haven't experimented with rendering videos yet on the solid state, but I feel like once I get this new processor, I feel like my video rendering speed's just going to go even more over the top. Like, even before, like, the last video long video I rendered, which was, let me take a look at my video list, since it was the if you like that band, listen to this band video, which was about 24 and a half minutes. That video rendered in only like 6 or 7. So I feel like now when I got this solid state drive, a better graphics card, and eventually get the new processor, a video like that might render in 4 to 5 minutes, possibly.
I mean, sometimes it depends on like the number of like different assets you're peppering in there too, because I mean, mine definitely
and audio.
Oh yeah, mine definitely slows down with all the images and all that shit. But I don't know, for the most part, like whatever I record, it usually takes about half the time of the actual video, which is fine because I do pepper in a ton of fucking logos and pictures and shit like that, and I do an audio filter, an image filter, and, that's understandable. And rendering at 1082. So,
definitely we might be at the beginning of a new era of my channel. And once I get all this stuff replaced and faster running computer, quality is just going to go up.
I'm still not over that band.
Yeah. Okay. So I don't know if you've come across this band on Metal Archives before.
Lesbian Tripping Short?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I had to very carefully phrase that one when I searched when you brought it up. It was like, well, this is definitely porno grind because if it's not, they're lying. Yeah, I looked at a couple of the album covers. Oh, a couple were a little bit much.
You think?
I mean, where they're from Japan,
Taiwan.
Taiwan. Okay, well, I mean, dude, when it comes down to anything like just Asian grindcore, Asian extreme metal in general, like right now I know like Indonesia is like a hotbed of like brutal death metal and gore grind right now. Yeah, it's always over the top. Like, what can we do to fucking gross out everyone or push the fucking boundaries as much as we can? Like that's and generally they do a good job. Like, yeah, no, that's something. I wouldn't buy it just because nah. I'm good.
I mean, they just don't have a censor button. Like, I know they're not really. I mean, they're Japanese, but Tiren Grey with their song. Shit, I'm forgetting the name of the song.
I mean, it's whatever the label's willing to put out, or they're just releasing it themselves.
Yeah.
Their target demographic is they're pretty much like, yeah, no, that's what I'm into. That's fine.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but
at a certain point, you become desensitized to so much stuff. Like, I mean, as a kid, I remember the first time seeing like the Butcher to Birth album cover. Like, oh my god, that is the most brutal thing. And I mean, it still is a brutal ass album cover, but
yeah.
I've seen so much fucked up shit. So yeah, you just become desensitized to it.
Oh yeah. As the guy who's done controversial album covers for the past year and a year, I've seen some really out there albums.
Yeah. It's part of the game, and also part of the reason why I don't review them very often, because I haven't been warned or limited on monetization in quite a number of videos. Knock on wood. But the times that I usually do, it's generally because I went over an album that had some very questionable album art, and I didn't put like a little censor blur or anything on it, or I said cunt, which sucks.
It's always that word every time.
Well, I mean, it sucks because like one of these States of Metal things I'm working on, I feel like I'm going to have to say it because it's in one of the band names, like not one of the bands I'm going over, but a side project of said band. And
yeah,
too good of a word not to say. I'll just maybe say it really quick and I was like, haha, fuck you, YouTube.
And it still bummed me out. I found out this was a boot.
Well,
and I had so much hope because it was listed on Discogs as being OG, but further research, I'm like, well, shit.
Honestly, I don't know how many CD prints of that actually even exist.
Right.
So, I mean, yeah, to get it for $20, unless you're getting like a crackhead discount.
Yeah, that's true.
Not likely. Like you said, $20, like it's a boot, but I mean, $20 for a decent boot. Like, I mean, I got boots of fucking albums, that are hard to find, but if you still got it, you still got the music, right? There you go.
Yeah, and it's the only one from that era that I was one anyways. So
yeah, no. I tried with the other ones, but no.
Yeah, it's like I can pick and choose certain songs and try to do my best to ignore the vocals, but as far as complete albums, yeah, it was. You'll find out in the in my ranking coming out next week.
Oh, dude! I laid into those,
of course.
But no, like Power Metal's a good album. I like that one.
Awesome album.
Hell, yeah, I mean, boots are just fucking part of it. Rick was just going over some boots that he got, and it's like, yeah, trying to find an OG version of this, like, and he got his good price on, I think it was a Rat album. I was like, yeah, He's like, yeah, it's a pretty good price. You know, I think it's not original. It's like, dude, the original was going for like $300-$400. Like, yeah. You know, as long as it's a quality boot, as long as it plays, you know, if it's a super rare album that no one's trying to reissue or anything like that, fucking get
And
the
that will
boot.
never get reissued.
Yeah.
Or in our case, when Levi and I bought Winter into Darkness, and then they got reissued, we're like, really?
Yeah, we ended up getting the OG Future Shock recordings, and then a week later we find out they're getting reissued. It's like, well, shit. That was the same thing when I bought Typo Negative Dead again. I bought even though it cost me quite a bit, but it was like a Best Buy 2-disc edition.
Oh yeah, I
When
remember
it
that.
Was
came
the red
out.
cover?
No, it was green cover. It just had a second disc with live tracks. And I bought it. And then I find out it was getting reissued by Nuclear Blast later that year. And I'm like, well, fuck me sideways.
I mean, if you get a special edition, I mean, that means they're possibly more rare. Like, I have the OG version of Dead Again, which is perfectly fine. But yeah, I mean, again, you just, as long as you got the music, that's the main thing. Like, I do have not the OG Future Shock recording, but I have the first run on Nuclear Blast for Winter, which is still pretty damn cool. But I also have the reissue too, and I mean, honestly, they both kind of sound about the same. Like, they really didn't do very much in the way of remastering it, I think.
Damn it. I was about to be shocked, and then nah, damn it. I was looking up because occasionally I'll try and look up, see if I can snag me a copy of Impaled's Mondo Metalhead, and I saw it was like as low as $10. I'm like, ooh, let me see, and it's fucking bootleg cassettes.
I mean,
Well, I do see a copy from Germany for $20, but it's a promo.
Yeah, and then look at the shipping, I imagine.
Yeah, that's how they get you, like shipping.
Oh, dude, yeah, overseas shipping. I mean, there's a lot of killer stuff in Australia, but I'll wait until it hits a distro in the U.S.
Like, I think I remember I got a couple of albums from Russia. I think there was one that I got from Russia that took me years to find. I think it was, which one was it? I think it was the Disembowelment album. That before the whole war thing. So after that, it was like, you know.
My copy of not incomplete Absolute Rot is a Russian boot. I mean, it looks shit though. It's just the certain numbers don't completely match up.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I got one, and it was Broken Hope Repulsive Conception, unfortunately. And I still try and look for an OG copy of it, and I
think
actually, let me look up now.
That is something that Germany should do, like reissue like all of the other albums. You know?
Let me see. Oh yeah, I guess they did reissue them on that Rapture Records from Brazil. So I could get me a copy through that.
I need to get the rest of the discography. Well, not everything, but the good stuff.
I mean, it's all good. Even Grotesque Blessings has its moments.
I mean, Omen of Disease was the one that I didn't like as much.
I liked Omen of Disease, but I would say probably Mutilated and Assimilated was better.
Oh yeah, no, I think that album's way better.
And on top of that, we should be getting new stuff soon. Well, then again, we got Earthburner coming out before that.
Yeah, I have a original. Yeah, my Repulsive Conception is a OG Metal Blade. I found that used in a record shop in Florida. I think that's the only one with Sean Glass from Soil on it. I think.
No, that was the first of two. I think he was on Loathing as well.
Was he on Loathing? Could have sworn that was the only one. I saw his name on. Excited to see they're a first day band too for MDF.
Jealous.
Let's see.
So jealous.
Hey, the new Joker trailer came out.
Oh yeah, he was on Loathing and Omen.
Oh yeah, I forgot. Yeah, he was on Omen.
Yeah, Repulsive was the first one he was on though.
Yeah, even though he started touring during Bowels during that run. But yeah, I see on Discogs there's some decent cheap copies of Repulsive Conception I might consider getting, and then get rid of the boot. Because I ended up also getting a boot of Dark Throne Old Star whenever I was going to buy the media book edition of Soulside Journey, and then I thought, how about I cancel order? And the guy contacted me, what if I throw in some free stuff? Sure. And I got Old Star, even though it was a boot, but I did get an actual copy later, and a copy of Dawn of the Black Hearts out of nowhere. I'm like, okay.
That's still something I want to get in my collection.
Just for the historical purposes.
And the album cover, you know.
Other than that, the recording quality on its ass.
I think it was actually, I think it might have been 2022 when I was at MDF. A friend of mine, she was working at a thrift store, and someone came in with an OG press of Dawn of the Black Hearts. She showed me a picture and was like, "Oh yeah, I know that one. I know very well." And it's like I'm looking it up, and I think it's an original. And I'm like, holy shit! I would look up the pricing on that one because, yeah, you could probably fetch some money for it.
A lot, like
you get some. The first weird, sketchy metalhead edgelord dude that you see, you point at it. It's like, look at this. If you're never gonna get laid, you might as well get this. Like, yeah. Well, okay. I already have it on tape and CD.
God damn.
Now we got it on vinyl.
No, I think they will go crazier if they had the original Burzum Asuka album with the lighter. Because I think it was like a couple hundred copies made.
I wouldn't know. I don't own any Burzum. Burzum's trash.
Thank you.
It's never been good. I know that like that's a controversial opinion amongst incels, but I dude like I don't get it. Like, then again, I'm not like the biggest fan of Transylvanian Hunger, Under a Funeral Moon. Like those are not some of my favorite Dark Throne albums. Like Blazing Northern Sky fucking smokes both of those albums. Like it's not even close. Mm-hmm. But the whole like raw black metal sound, like occasionally it's good. Most of the time I just can't get into it. I need riffs. Like,
Exactly.
And when Dark Throne is riffing, they're the best. And Burzum just sucks at riffs, sucks at singing, sucks.
It's depressing. Depressive.
It's depressing that like people think it's art.
I mean, it inspired depressive suicidal black metal, so I don't know. I mean, I kind of like depressive suicidal black metal, depending on the band.
There's better bands, like literally. Yeah, no, there's better bands.
I can name a couple, like Shining, maybe. Leviathan, Disaster, Bethlehem.
Yeah, I'm still trying to remember actually I almost forgot. I highly doubt I'll find it, but let me see any progress on this. Okay. Son of a bitch, I don't think I'm ever going to find me a CD copy of In Battle There Is No Law. Damn it.
I got God, man. I don't think mine's a boot, but it's a weird repress. Let me see. Let's see which one mine is. Yeah, it's a 1992 reissue.
On Silent Scream recordings or Vinyl Solution.
Vinyl Solution. That's
Yeah, because I see
there's one copy for a modest $106.52. Yeah, I've had that for fucking years though. So I mean, I definitely did not get it at anywhere close to that price. I think I paid like maybe 15, maybe 20.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's crazy that some of the albums that I bought, like now you look over the years, like they're really now like expensive. Like actually, I don't even know what's my most expensive CD. Could change.
Mine has not changed over the years. It's still Black Dahlia Murder by Savan. And the Slayer vinyl conflict thing that I have too.
Mm-hmm.
It's pretty much held its value. Yeah, a lot of the box sets are kind of, that's weird. That's kind of a new one. Full cheese exhumed information. It ranges from $13.03 on the low end to $483.70 on the high end. Yeah.
Damn.
Again, I don't know how accurate. Yeah, this is all right. This one's fucking ridiculous here. Down to, yeah, mass produced one too. Ranges from $3 to $249.99.
There you go.
Yeah, some of these numbers are so damn inflated. I mean, there's some you can definitely see where they're expensive just because of the rarity, like right from the rip. But
according to my Discogs, the rarest or most expensive album I have is the Repecolio Mustafa Sermona EP, from the lowest of $13.65 to the highest of $141.30, which is crazy.
Oh, you want to hear what probably mine is? On mine, it's the Metallica Live Shit Binge and Purge live album. Lowest 14, highest $250.
In terms of like across the board expensive, like even on the low end, Valamaya's debut album, All Things Set Aside, with the bloody chick in the cage. Lowest end $54, highest end $166. So that one's more expensive across the board. My Soundgarden Echo of Miles, low end $45.99, high end $159.99.
For the longest time, my most expensive one was The Mantle by Agalog, because that's an original The Ann Records. And then when I got my X Japan Art of Life album, it's around the same range, like maybe a $3 difference. And I'm surprised that Vinyl with the original album cover actually went up, because when I bought it, I bought it for like, when was it? I bought it for like $20, and now it's like $54 with the original album cover. So I guess.
Yeah. I mean, it's, again, like, and that all depends on the condition too. Like the version that I bought used of Misfits Walk Among Us, it's the long box version, but I don't have the long box, so can't really count that price.
And plus mine, vinyl signed by Alex, so that's more valuable now. You know, I still need to get it signed by everybody else. And even if I have to see 6 fucking feet under to meet Jack, I will.
No.
Just don't.
I know.
Why do they have to have a new album coming out next month? God.
Oh, I am really, 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 really want to see the review you guys are gonna do.
I mean, I'm already working
Because
on jokes. Like, I don't anticipate it being good. The first track doesn't do much. We'll see if he releases another single in between here and now. We'll see if they turn off the comments on that as well.
volcano insurance.
I know there was just like thing that popped up, like an interview with Jack Owen that said that Barnes is a softie or something like that. He's like, he's just a big softie. He's like a nice guy. He's like, nice PR move, I guess. You know, like, yeah, he says dumb shit, and you know he gets himself in fucking trouble with his like hot takes, and then there's of course his fucking voice. Like, I don't know. I don't know. Again, like he couldn't even. Dude, he was off the fucking beat on the one song there too. So I don't know. We'll see. I mean, we'll definitely review it. I mean, everyone's already commenting on the last one again. It's like, you guys gonna? Like, we'll do it. Or you know, I did get one of the this album rules. What are you guys talking about? I was like, dude, you're a little late. Like everyone knows it sucks now.
Yeah. Little late there, bud.
I don't know what I would rather listen. That Five Finger Cousin fuck, or the fucking self-titled Suicide Silence album, which I fucking hate with a passion.
No, I don't have to listen to any of them.
I'll take all those over ever listening to Catharsis. And even at that, I don't wanna.
No, I mean, just no. I'm good. Like, I'd rather not listen.
But again, that's like choosing between would you rather have shit, piss, or puke in your mouth.
Vince McMahon style.
Well, that's a Super Tuesday for him.
That Ricky, that joke made me fart. You son of a bitch. See what you do. God damn, these kids always trying to educate me. Oh god, I don't know what the hell I'm gonna say whenever I have to talk about that 6 Feet Under. I might put it at Under the Radar, just make it the last thing on that episode, and just come up with jokes.
Or just go Bret Hart. Just go Bret Hart on it.
Just do short, sweet, to the point.
Yeah.
6 Feet Under, Killing for Revenge. Not enough riffs. 4 out of 10.
Didn't you do that for an album?
I did that for Five Finger Death Punch. I did the same thing. I said Five Finger Death Punch Afterlife. Not heavy enough for me. 4 out of 10. And then I put a clip of, I forget who it was, who goes, well, in my opinion, that sucked. And it was only a 10-second video. And I think it was more valuable than anything that album had.
It was worth it ragging on that album for about 20 minutes.
That's still one of my favorites.
I mean, legit, I'll even fucking preface it and say, listen, if this new 6 Feet Under album's awesome, I will own it. 100%. I ain't taking back anything I said about Nightmare. Oh, that album eat all the dicks. It's terrible. But if this one's good, like, yeah, no, I'll fucking own it. 100%. Like, yeah, it was good. They did a great job. All right, I'm gonna make orange for a little bit. But yeah, if it's good, it's good. If not, well, yeah. Everyone knows I got jokes.
God damn it, man. How many water bottles do you fucking have?
I'm lazy and I never throw them in the trash until I notice there's too many. I'm that guy.
Yeah, there's plenty of other good fucking releases coming out anyway.
Oh, yeah.
I didn't even check to see what was coming out the weekend we're gone for MDF, but I'll probably end up covering some of them when I get back.
I think one of them would be Rotting Christ. Which I can't wait for. I've loved their last two.
I'm gonna be in Baltimore having a blast.
That's gonna be crazy.
So you like New Rotting Christ?
I mean, Ryan Price is good. I prefer their older material. Non-Serbium, the
Hierarchy
Mighty
of the Lost
Contract.
Lovers.
I don't have that one. I have the Mighty Contract, and I think I have Non-Serbium, or at least I used to have Non-Serbium.
I don't know. I have nothing of Writing Christ. I need to get some of the Writing Christ.
I have Thy Mighty Contract. I have Heretics and Hierarchy of the Lost Lovers. Which Hierarchy of the Lost Lovers, I think, is fantastic. Yep. Like riffs.
Yeah. No, that was Genesis. I only have one track off of that from a compilation. But yeah, no, I have Non-Serbium and Thy Mighty Contract. Thy Mighty Contract might be my favorite between those two. I also have Theogonia, which was pretty good. Passage to Arcturo, their earlier, more death metal stuff. And Heretics, I thought was pretty solid. Elio, whatever it is. I thought it was pretty good.
Rituals, I really liked Rituals.
Oh my god, Rituals!
When they started getting more of the cultural stuff, the Greek folk music incorporated in it, it started getting a little too close to Septic Flesh for me. So, they kind of blur together at some points.
Yeah, some points.
And I love
just mainly like the difference would be like less blast beats and more gruff vocals as opposed to death growls.
Yeah, I mean, he's just kind of got it's kind of that halfway point between death metal and black metal, like his vocal, Takis.
Yeah.
Sounds closer to death metal than black metal for sure.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those, like, it's kind of like a uniform growl. Like, I mean, you almost hear the same style in, like, a lot of melodic death metal, too. But yeah, I don't know. I really like the earlier stuff. Non-Serbium was, like, I think some of the first stuff I heard by them, and was like, yeah, this is really good.
Well, on that note, I have to go. Got to do some stuff before hitting the bed. So I'll see you guys later.
See you later.
Right, later, man.
But yeah, Hierarchy of the Lost Lovers, like that song "One with the Forest," one of my favorite black metal riffs I've ever heard, and it's like almost classic metal sounding too. King of the Stellar War, that opening track, that's perfect. And yeah, it's like that was kind of during a weird period for them when they kind of incorporate a little bit of that gothic metal vibe into their sound. But I thought they did it very well, at least on that album. And like even on like Metal Archives, it's like their highest rated album at 93%.
So that's one I still need to get. I mean, I'm still patching up holes in that discography because there's still a lot of albums there. I don't think I own all of Septic Flesh either.
I don't have any Septic Flesh. I need to get some though.
Septic Flesh is good. It's like the earlier stuff.
Got a ton of bands.
Straightforward. The early stuff's way more just straightforward death metal. They didn't start getting more like gothic, symphonic until a little bit later. But it's good. Actually, they're on tour. Actually, it'll be the next show after this fest that I'll probably go to. Is they're playing in Fort Wayne, Indiana, with Decapitated, Legion, and Cataclysm.
Yeah, I saw that tour was happening.
Yeah,
I'm still tempting.
Oh, I was going to say Decapitated finished their round with Incantation. Incantation was talking about like when they toured with them and they were still like teenagers and shit.
And I'm still tempted if I can find a way to get there. I'm tempted to go to that Exciter Midnight Wraith Hellwitch show and like.
Oh, dude, that sounds like a fucking blast. Like I don't even know if that tour's coming around here. I haven't seen Jason in a minute. From Wraith, solid dude. Hell of a fucking guitarist too. He's also the guy that's in Idle Throne as well. But yeah, Midnight's a fucking party. That's great.
Yeah, I want to see Midnight live, and of course see Exciter live. See my buddy Daniel DK shred on guitar, and of course Hellwitch because Pad, I know his wife. I sometimes call her my metal mama because she plays bass. I actually played in bass for a couple of like underground bands out of Louisiana. And she's also a friend of my buddy Scott too, because they collaborate together with lyrics for that group, the Merkins.
The Merkins?
You need to check out the Merkins. It's like horror, it's like parody songs like Weird Al, but it's all horror movies. It's awesome. Like they did a version of Billy Ray Cyrus's Achy Breaky Heart, but based off of Texas Chainsaw Massacre called Sawing You Apart. It's so good. And then they did a version of Kenny Chesney's Think My Tractor's Sexy, but I think my chainsaw sexy in that music video. Oh my god.
I was gonna say, well, I remember the Merkins just being a reference in the movie PCU. Gutter. He said he was gonna go see a band. It was the Merkins. Do you know what a Merkin is?
Pubic wig.
Yep. And I watched there was like an entire interview with Devin Townsend back when he was on Ozfest for Striving Young Lad. He did a whole interview talking about Merkins. Because it's Devin Townsend, he can do that. He's just, it's Devin Townsend.
Devin, yep. And actually, just as a little pop quiz for the chat, I'd like somebody in the chat to try and guess what a blumpkin is.
Know that one. No comment.
Oh, you do know that.
Oh, dude, I know a lot.
There's some things I wish I didn't know.
No,
unfortunately, too.
No, I had to explain to my mom what felching was because I made a joke about it and she asked. So I told her flat out, like, do you really want to know? Like, it's unbelievably gross. Like, you'll think different of me just because I know this. And she insisted. So I told her what felching was. And she's like, oh my God, Nick, it's gross. As I told you.
Or like whenever you described when she found Butchered at Birth in your collection.
Yeah. Oh, like I still remember that moment. She walked my room. I'm just kind of curious what you're listening to because I was playing something loud and heavy, and it was just my room, like reading comics and shit. I was like, you can go ahead and look. And I had to pull the Cannibal Corpse stuff. I'm like, oh my God, this is. And then the Butchered at Birth one came. I'm like, oh, this baby's a meat hook.
What's wrong with you?
It's pretty sick. Like, wow. Okay, you're just gonna listen to whatever you listen to. Fine. Like, cool.
Yeah, and then of course, whenever you said in the video, like, dude, hey, there you go, Rick. Does saying bad still mean it's good?
It's a badass comment. Well, if you throw ass on it, people start thinking that it's good then. So you go badass. If you say bad, I don't know. At least people kind of in a gray area. But, I mean, if you say sick, though, even though it sounds like it's bad, it's actually good. I think, and I've said good so sarcastically so many times, and, people don't even know to trust that one. So you're doing good.
Yeah,
okay.
I'm okay.
I'm fine.
I'm wonderful.
Everything is fine. It's great.
Oh, dear man, dear me. But yeah, things. Nah.
I say everything I say is awkward and out of touch. Like, I don't even know modern slang anymore. Like, I just figured out. Well, I think I figured out what Riz means. I'm not entirely sure. Maybe I did. Maybe I didn't. I don't know. shit that like by the time I figure out a new slang word, it's already fucking dated. Like I remember it was like what the 20 teens or something like that. You know, people were saying shit was on fleek. It was like, what the fuck is that?
Exactly.
So that sounds like you're like describing someone that's like, you know, on drugs. Like, oh no, they're on fleek. It's like, was that like a new street drug?
That's now that you put it like that.
You snort it and instantly bleed from your ears and shriek yourself into a coma. It's awesome.
Oh man. Fucking eyebrows on fleek. What?
Well, no, tweakers are. We know what tweakers are. But you got to separate them from crackheads because for a while I was calling tweakers crackheads, and that just, you know, it doesn't feel right. Totally
But
different.
if Doug's been murdered by crystal meth tweakers,
I had to figure
then
out.
we're
Actually,
shit out of luck.
I think Primus taught me what tweakers were,
Yeah.
and the show Cops showed me what crackheads were.
Now crackhead has a whole other meaning now that The Rock says it on TV freely now.
What did he say on the?
Oh yeah, because Dwayne, he'd been back in the WWE over the past few months, and my God, he had no filter. Like he would drop F-bombs all the time on TV, and yeah, they censor it, but he don't give two shits. He'll say whatever the hell he wants.
Dude, he made all that Disney money.
Yeah, made all that Disney money, and he's paying it back by just dropping F-bombs openly on television on what's still rated a PG show, even though they're far past it now. Especially when it goes to Netflix this coming January. Oh dear Lord, Rick, what have you done now? Food was mid.
I've been using mid a little bit, but that, you know,
me too.
I just go.
But like, that makes more sense.
Yeah, it's okay. You know, that's it. I don't know, like mid's all right. Like it doesn't sound like as obnoxious as some of the other ones. Like I hate when they sound like they're completely made up.
Yeah, I can't even begin to tell you years ago when the word damn with a B at the end was becoming a thing. I'm like, who the fuck creates this shit? And like one of my old friends used to keep saying it over and over, and I would keep telling him, shut the fuck up.
Oh,
it would drive me up a fucking wall.
God, there's been some like excellent fucking cracks that I've seen in memes and shit, but like they're fucking hard to fucking remember. I don't know. I just stick with the fucking shit I know, which is mostly swearing.
Mm-hmm.
Just classic swearing. And again, somehow we haven't been hit with, you know, monetization issues.
Well, speaking of lines and jokes, I found a bunch of these while scrolling through something that I thought were funny. They're Star Wars puns, so I bet you'll probably get a kick out of these. What Star Wars character uses meat as a weapon?
Ham Solo.
Obi-Wan Baloney.
Oh God. I feel like I was close.
You were close. And then, what do you call a pirate droid? Arg 2D2. I thought that one was a little or this one it was my favorite. What do you call Chewbacca when he eats, or hold on, let me read it again. What do you call Chewbacca when he gets chocolate stuck in his fur? Chocolate chip Wookie. God damn it.
No.
Those were the only ones that I found too.
I still got someone put up a meme about it was called Hardware Wars. It's a Star Wars fucking parody that was done on like a shoestring budget that everyone talked up. I got to check that one out just to see how bad it actually is. I mean, I've been going back and watching like bad movies, like just not great movies. But I did go back and watch one gem of a movie that I recommend to anyone that just likes renegade cinema. We'll call it that. Meet the Feebles. Have you ever seen Meet the Feebles, Levi? Do you know who Peter Jackson is? You do.
Yeah.
He's done some fantastic movies. Huge, epic movies. Have you ever seen any of his movies before Lord of the Rings?
No.
You're missing out on the real Peter Jackson. He did a trilogy of movies that are over the top, gory, ridiculous, offensive, kind of stupid, and amazing. And Meet the Feebles is essentially the Muppet Show on, drugs, lots of sex, swearing, gore, just gross out humor. It is, without a doubt, the most fucked up thing you will see with puppets possibly ever.
Sounds like something I might be able to find on one of the Roku.
Well, you can find it on YouTube. I found the entire thing on YouTube.
Oh, it's on YouTube?
Yeah.
I'll have to check it out if I remember.
Oh, you'll hear it.
But the reason why I had my hand shaking my head because I was now looking up Marvel puns, just because I'm stupid like that. And I found this one. I'm like, wow. What happens when you cross Quicksilver with the Hulk, the Fast and the Furious?
No.
God damn it.
Oh, dude. Yeah, no, Meet the Applegates, dude. That movie's awesome. Ed Begley Jr., Stockard Channing, fucking Dabney Coleman. It's a what? That's truly an interesting movie. Giant mutoid, like giant, the praying mantises. There we go. Except they're disguised as people, and they're trying to essentially destroy humans by working on a power plant, and then they end up fucking up. And it's just a good movie. It's a brilliantly dark original comedy. It's screams something you would think. Tim Burton would make, but it's not a Tim Burton flick.
This one is fucked. If Captain America's shield is vibranium, what's Hawkeye's shield? Quicksilver? Oof. Like, one's fucked. That one's fucked.
He's not wrong.
Oh my god, this one's even worse. Oh no. What did Black Widow say to Hawkeye? You make me quiver. God, these fucking things.
She knows he's a married man. That's not appropriate.
This one. Why does Thor's brother never make a good impression at parties? He's too low-key. Fucking, I hate these.
I think we're going for some low-hanging fruit here.
Oh, my God.
Yeah, but I recommend Peter Jackson's early movies. Dead Alive is quite a amazing zombie flick. You get to see people get literally mowed down with a lawnmower. Just a whole path carved into a bunch of zombies. You actually get to see a set of entrails come alive. And then Bad Taste is just a weird alien flick where you know what? I gotta go back and watch that one. I have it on VHS, but I haven't had a VHS player in forever. But yeah.
Me neither. Oh my god, this one. How much does it cost to kill Tony Stark's family? $1.
Oh.
God damn it. God.
That one, that one is true.
Yeah. Yeah,
Wolverine is Wolverine 1.
unfortunately. Oh, Wolverine once.
That's canon.
Damn. Oh god, and then this
Left
one.
a juggernaut in there.
And then this one they tried too hard. In the next movie, the Avengers will battle media conglomerate Comcast. It'll be called Xfinity War. Wow.
Is there like any quality control in terms of these puns? Because they're like,
Apparently not. Well, they had it under a section Marvel puns so bad the Hulk wants to smash them.
like I can just see like someone trying to throw these out in an open mic night, and like the crowd's crickets are going, "You suck."
I don't know. John might like some of these.
Maybe.
Since I know he likes puns. After all, who can forget Judas Prius?
Dude, someone actually tagged us in the picture that someone actually did that to their Prius, which is...
Oh, God. That's great.
I mean, you might as well. You're driving a Prius.
Yeah.
I'm not saying a Prius sucks, but I am saying a Prius sucks.
Yeah.
That's why I got a Camry.
Oh, God. Oh, what the hell are the... This one, what's Doctor Strange's cousin's name who cannot do magic? Dr. Normal?
They're fired.
Yeah.
I think we've peaked here.
Yeah, these have started.
Well, here, tell you what, I'm gonna go use the restroom, grab a smoke. I'll be right back.
Alrighty. I guess I'll make people hate me more with reading these things. So yeah, for those of you who are here, get ready to hate me because of these puns that I'm finding. Marvel puns that would make even Vision smile. Are we sure about that? Why don't the Avengers use the Hulk to advertise their services? He's essentially a giant banner. You're fired. Let's see. Which Avenger is always in a hurry? Black Widow. She's Russian. I bet you heard that smack. Let's see. Why are the Avengers so handy with tools? They're always assembling. I bet every single one of you are just clicking off thinking, what am I doing listening to this shit? Drax wouldn't get these Marvel puns. Oh dear. What does Peter Parker tell people he does for a living? Web designer. Son of a bitch. Which Marvel heroine likes to travel with a map and a backpack and her trusty sidekick boots? Gamora the Explorer. Even that one was too much for me to handle. Even that one. Why were the Avengers fighting blind after Infinity War? Because they lost their vision. I hate these people. Even though I'm smirking, it's because I'm smirking out of disdain. This one I agree with. Which Marvel actress got arrested stealing a truck full of soft fridge cheese? Brie Larson. Because fuck Brie Larson. And then finally, just some really terrible Thor puns. No. Well, what did the Avengers shout when they hit a golf ball? Thor instead of four. No. just no. I want to go back and looking up Star Wars puns again because those 3 I saw on a thread I was in. Oh my god, those were good. Like friggin' what do you get when Chewbacca's gets chocolate in his fur? A chocolate chip Wookiee. I thought that was pretty good. Let's see. Holy mother of crap. How about this? The Wookiee cookie at Hollywood Studios is a little chewy. Oh my. Why? What the fuck else is... I can't do this anymore. Josh, what's up? Got my computer issue sorted out and it's running better, but I still got to replace the processor and cooling system, but that will be next Friday whenever I order that stuff. So technically I wouldn't have it set up for another 2 weeks. Oh, man, why is my head killed? Okay. Marvel jokes to tell your Avengers loving friends. Oh, dear Lord, what could these be? Okay, this one they tried too hard. Knock, knock. Who is out there? Doctor. Doctor who? No, Doctor Strange.
I'm so disappointed in that joke.
Oh,
what's up, Josh?
Yeah, you're just listening to me go through random stupid Marvel puns that either make me laugh or just make me go, why?
Have you heard this yet?
Suffer. I've been needing to check that out. I have been needing to check that out. I've just been slacking.
You need to. It's honestly, I think it's one of the best death metal releases this year. Very
I believe that.
necroticism, but also elements of Morbid Angel and Suffocation kind of mixed in. Like, it's just fucking awesome.
Yeah. Yeah, I've been needing to check that out. I was going to check it out over the weekend before the computer stuff happened. Yeah, you can hop on in, Josh. I'll send you the link over on the Facebook. I mean, no, Facebook. I mean, fuckbook. Whatever the hell they want to call it today.
Pretty sure they didn't call it fuckbug.
I don't know. No. All right, there you go, Josh. But yeah, I'll just be glad whenever that new cable I got coming Thursday for this, so that way I can get all the stuff I had on here and put it on the new solid states. That way I don't lose anything.
Honestly, you should just get an external one. You can put all of your music and shit on that, and you won't have to worry about like all the space on that one. You can save that for files and shit like that. But these external hard drives last for a fucking while, and dude, you can get like a 10 terabyte one for pretty damn cheap.
I'll have to look into that.
All you need is just you got to have a power source for it because it needs its own power, and you can just plug it in with the USB. That's it.
Yeah, that's actually exactly like what the cable I got for that hard drive is like.
Yeah, that'll free up space in your actual hard drive. Your computer will run just as fast, and all your storage will just be in one big old fucking block. And it'll take you a while to fill up that 10 terabytes. Trust me.
Yeah, like the one I got's 2 terabyte. And I've downloaded back a bunch of games, and like I've not even used a quarter of it yet.
Yeah,
like I still got 1.4 terabytes free.
Yeah, you could, like I said, keep that free for all your games and shit, and then put all your music and whatever
On
else.
the other thing, yep.
Yeah, because you're gonna buy more music. That's probably a thing.
Oh yeah, and probably buy more games. So, yeah, that's definitely a thought for sure. Definitely a thought, and that also helps free up all the space on my flash drives that I can use for other stuff too.
Yep.
Because I got so much shit on these flash drives, it's like I could probably benefit from moving them to an external drive, and that free them up for like stuff to put on my PlayStation to watch
Yeah,
on the go.
my main hard drive for what's on my computer is just for stuff that is outside of music. The music collection stays completely separate, and because of that, computer runs smoother.
Yeah. Yeah, and like what's interesting, what it cost me to get these parts, cost me about $650, but it's I'll always say like now, considering I now know what it's like with computers and stuff and shit. People consider, oh, I should probably if I want a big like beefy gaming computer rig, I'll spend like $2,000-3,000 on a whole new system already pre-made. It's like, no, you want to get every part separate because it's cheaper that way.
I had my computer pretty much kind of custom built for what I do, and it definitely wasn't that much. Because I told him, like, yeah, I'm not a gamer, so don't worry about that. I do a lot of video editing, though, so like the best.
So I guess you have like an AMD processor, probably.
Maybe I don't know. It's an Omen. It's a custom built Omen to my specifications. It works, and it wasn't. I want to say it was maybe 1,000.
That's pretty good because it cost me about $1,300 for this one already with the stuff inside, and it lasted a good long while. It lasted a good long while until the problems. Well, the initial problems started back in the summer, and then after a while it subsided. And then I had the issue last Tuesday, and then I went and got these parts. So like the most expensive thing was the graphics card. It cost me $300, where the other stuff, the RAM and the solid state, cost like maybe $120 each. And then add in tax, it was like $650, which it's totally worth it. And like, especially if I get this new processor and the cooling system, I would have spent much less than what I paid for the computer originally 4 years ago.
I got mine during the pandemic, and they were when they were willing to work out some deals just to make some sales.
But I got mine on a Memorial Day sale.
Yeah, mine. I want to say I got it more in the winter months, but I had an all-in-one before that, and it just was not cutting it.
Yeah.
But
I just definitely don't want to get rid of this case because it's got like the side panel you can unscrew and take off, and also I've been decorating it with stickers of like BT Bam and
that looks
DKRB.
like my old one.
Hey, there's you. There's you.
It looks like my old. Actually, I still have one of my old computers that I had decked out with all the stickers and shit.
Hey, there's the FTA sticker you gave me when we met. So yeah, it's like I just like decking out this tower with stickers, and I don't want to get rid of it. And it's got good airflow in it too, so it gets the job done.
Yeah, this one's got all that. I clean it out more often than I did with my old one, actually.
Yeah, I'm definitely gonna once I get the processor and stuff in, I'm gonna clean it out once a month.
Yeah,
with
mine's
the
due
duster can.
I might clean it before I leave. I gotta figure out. I gotta figure out what I'm doing tomorrow. If we can get some stuff early, I might see if we can get a couple of reviews done, and then I might just end up pulling an all-nighter on Thursday, and like I said, sleep on the plane, and then sleep in the hotel before the show.
Right. Actually, let me see because I always make a schedule on the community tab for what I'm doing. So Yeah, I was originally going to post a Pantera ranking this Thursday, but I'm gonna have to wait until I get all the stuff moved over and then post it next week. So yeah, I'll definitely be checking out the ones I'm definitely reviewing: Necrot, Benighted, and Replicant. Those are the ones I'm definitely checking out,
Those will,
especially Necrot.
yeah. Well, we just saw Necrot on that tour with Municipal Waste and Ghoul. They were fucking awesome. That's my second time seeing Necrot, though, and I already knew they're just great live. But yeah, I'm stoked for that one. I already have a good feeling about it. They don't have a bad album, at least in my opinion.
Nah, both albums have been fantastic.
Or the first EP is really good too. But it's just a very straightforward old school sound. It definitely plays heavily on nostalgia, but they execute it like it's riffs through on fucking songs, and they bring it live. They're fucking fantastic live.
I was tempting to. There's another show happening this year I'm tempting to go to, but it's not till October. It's that Hatebreed Carcass Harm's Way Crypta Tour. And I would mainly go for Hatebreed and Carcass. Mostly Carcass.
I might hit up that one in Cleveland. They're playing at the Agora. I mean, actually, I'm there for all the bands. I've seen Crypta before; they're really solid live. I've seen Harm's Way here in Toledo. The weird bill, I think it was like a Toledo metal fest, and like it was them and God, I think it was Negative Approach and Black Dahlia Murder were like the headliners of it. So it was kind of a weird mix bill. But yeah, Harm's Way were pretty good. And then I've seen Hatebreed a fucking dozen times. And I've seen Carcass this be like, what, five times? It's Carcass. Carcass is fucking amazing live.
Yeah. Shit. But I think out of those two shows I was talking about, the one that seems for me to be the most doable would probably be Exciter, Midnight Wraith, and Hell Witch. Because that will be happening a week before my birthday, so that'd be like a birthday gift for me. Only thing is, because like both of the shows I've been to were outdoors, so it's going to be interesting to be at a club.
Oh, clubs are fine. You know, I mean, what that'll be what next month?
No, end of July. I think like July 30th or 31st.
Okay. Well, all right.
Cincinnati at Bogarts.
I've never been to Bogarts, but I've heard a lot of good things about Bogarts. Like it's a pretty fucking
like whenever I saw Mastodon Gojira, like at the end of Mastodon set, Braun was on stage talking about reminiscing the first time they played in Cincinnati and playing at Bogarts back in 2002.
He did that the last time. Well, not the last time I saw him, but one of the last times I saw him when they did that co-headlining tour with Opeth. Braun came out from behind the kit and talked to the crowd, tossed out the drumsticks, and it was like he talked about like it's like in terms of like a town that I knew was going to rebound from the whole pandemic. It's Detroit because you're Detroit Rock City. You know, come on, you're a tough town. First time I ever played here was at a place that you guys probably know called Harpo's, and everyone's like, yeah. And I'm like, yeah, that fucking neighborhood sucks. Yeah, it's like no one's there, but at the same time, the people that are in that neighborhood, like that's like one of the roughest sides of Detroit. Yeah, he says like, yeah, I was outside, you know, before we played at Harpo's, and I was having a cigarette, and there was a car on fire in the middle of the road, and everyone's just like walking around like, this is nothing.
It's standard stuff.
And he's just like, no one's gonna call anyone. It's like, dude, no one shows up if you call someone unless someone's shot, unless someone's getting shot. Like there's, you know, that's when the cops will show up. But yeah, burning car in Middle Street, it's fine. It'll go out.
And yeah, speaking of Opeth, I wish they would tour the States again, and I would go see them in a heartbeat.
Well, they're working on a new album.
which I can't wait for. 5 years since God of Venom.
Well, they toured on in God of Venom quite a bit. Like they toured pretty extensively. But yeah, it's they're overdue for the album, and I already know it's gonna sound like a Frog album because I mean they got Ian Anderson on it.
Ooh,
yeah, no, he'll be playing flute.
That should sound cool.
But yeah, I mean I'm down to see Opeth. Opeth are a great live band.
And also to see one of my heroes, the great Michael Ockerfeld, live and listen to his hilarious banter.
I've met him. We did a meet and greet. It was when Joe was laid up with a busted leg.
Yeah.
We did a meet and greet and got him a copy of
Sorceress
and got it signed, and I got my copy of Heritage signed. But yeah, got to talk to all the members and talk to Michael about old Scorpions albums because he loves that shit. Now he's a big Uli John Roth fan.
Yeah.
But yeah, super cool dude. Fuck, I always forget his Frederick. Really fucking nice dude. Like he was talking to my brother-in-law about like, you know, guitar technique, pedals, like shit. We were, since we did the meet and greet, we were up in the very front area. So it was like probably the closest to the stage I think I've been for a show in years. And since my brother-in-law stands 6'8", he was able to just like get his camera and get a picture of rig and shit. But yeah, it was awesome. It was at a Goodyear Amphitheater in Akron.
Damn.
Yeah, that was a great show. The Sword opened up for it. That's the only time I ever got to see the Sword because they broke up not long after.
Damn. But yeah, if I ever got a chance to see Opeth, I'd taken that chance, and might even do the meet and greet too, just so I can meet Michael and as well as the rest of the guys. And I forgot, that new album, they're going to have a new drummer, and I can never pronounce his fucking name, but I know he played for Paradise Lost. Yeah, and he also, I think, played for Paradise Lost, too. But I just can never pronounce his name.
But, yeah, meet and greets are expensive. Like, yeah, those are pricey. We paid, like, that was... might have been close to $200 a piece, but yeah, we actually got like a chance to hang out and like legit BS with the band members and talk about just random shit. I got to talk to fucking Axenrod about like Bloodbath and shit, and I was like, I mean, I love you and fucking Opeth, but it's Bloodbath.
Yep.
And it was at that point he had exited Witchery too. I didn't know that because I was like, you're in like a lot of projects I like. I did a meet and greet for Animals as Leaders in Devin Townsend. That was a lot of fun. Devin's just he's Devin. He's awesome, and they only had shit. Why can't I think of Tosin? Tosin and Javier were the only ones that were out because Matt Garska, I guess, like fell asleep and he missed out on it. But we still got like a signed playlist from him. But yeah, Tosin was super cool too, like really nice dude. And Javier was fucking hilarious. That dude was just cracking jokes and he says like, look at Tosin's autograph. I'm gonna sign my autograph bigger and right above his. But yeah, they had a great set, and fucking Devin Townsend came in getting a piggyback ride from Javier Reyes. I was like, oh my god, that's the way to enter, I guess. We did a meet and greet with Amon Amarth. They were super cool.
I'd imagine so.
Campbell Corpse and Behemoth. Then, well, I mean, we did the one for Go Ahead and Die. Just as like, I want a guaranteed chance to actually talk to
Meet
Max.
Max.
That was cool. But
Yeah.
yeah, I mean, honestly, like going to festivals and shit, like you just run into people left and right.
Yeah. Which is why like I know I messaged you about like the off chance of it, even though I knew what the answer was gonna be, but like
That's
about me trying to get to FTA this year.
yeah. I
Because
mean,
I
dude,
so want to go to that so bad, but I gotta find a way to
honestly,
go.
like I would not recommend that one for your first festival because I feel like you're like turning the game on and flipping it on to expert difficulty because you're out in the middle of nowhere. Like there's no civilization. Like civilization fucked off. And it means, hospitals and any of that shit. Like, yeah, you might have, like if something happened, you might have to get life flighted out there. They said there's also like copperheads and shit, and
Yeah, that's
but
true.
I mean, and then
And
that's
then
a
the
wild
crowd.
crowd. Oh, that's
Yeah.
like even compared to the MDF crowd, which is pretty fucking drunk, pretty fucking rowdy. But man, like this crowd was like,
Cunnilingus.
y'all are on everything. There might have been that going on too. I don't know. Like, dude, I saw so many fucking just people just wandering around with glazed over eyes. Like, dude, you're on something. You look like you're having fun though.
Right.
But yeah, like I would start with like, I don't know, like something like smaller, like over the period of like 2 days or like a 1 day smaller one, because the fest thing is it's a different vibe than just going to a show. Like you got to really like plan ahead. Like, I mean, for this one, if we get a cabin, I'm going to be like hauling a bunch of Gatorade with me. And, you got to fucking pack for it. If you don't get like one of the big cabins and shit like that, you got to bring your shower shoes so you don't get athlete's foot. And because, communal showers, that means you're contending with like just other naked people and probably like spiders the size of your fucking fist. Yeah.
Oh man.
Yeah, like my first festival experience was Ozfest, and that was all in 1 day. And that was still like stimulation overload just because there was so much shit going on. Yeah, FTA, yeah, I'd recommend doing like a smaller fest first before you get that one. Like that's like, all right, I'm ready for this one.
Yeah, the only problem is I don't know like any other fests that would be closer to me happening this year. Like I was going to try MDF this year. I was gonna just look for tickets last year, and then I saw they were already sold out. I'm like, fuck.
Oh, I got mine as soon as they announced them. I've had my tickets for a while. And you get that's the thing, you got to pounce on them quickly. Well, I know there's that,
and then planning how to get there is the other problem. Like with me, it's never an issue about money. Like hell, I could buy fucking FTA tickets right now if I wanted to. It's just getting there is the problem because I literally have nobody here to go with. Hence why I live in such a shitty town. Everyone's lame.
It's the Midwest. I mean, dude, it's a haul out there. For us, it was about 7 hours on the road, and going through Indiana, which that's a totally no fun state with like just the most ridiculous red laws everywhere. And they're surrounded by states now. It's like, you know what? You guys got to at least get on this whole legalizing weed thing, because you're just going to be like the no fun state. You're already like the no fun state anyway, because but yeah, like you just under like the unmarked cars fucking everywhere. And dude, like in Bloomington when we were going through there, like the fucking on like an 8-lane expressway, the speed limit was 55. It was like, dude, fuck this is stupid. 55. Right. Why?
Got places you gotta be, man.
Dude, I mean, my whole, I'm not the whole, it's not the destination, but the journey. No, fuck that. The journey, I want to get that part over with. Plus,
Right.
I was trying to get there before it got dark, which, in the dark, dude, like that once you get off the expressway after Evansville, like right, because it's right on like the border there. Yeah, dude, it's nothing. It's
Like right
sprawling.
across the river to what was it? What was it? Right across the river from Elizabethtown, Kentucky, I think he said.
No, Elizabethtown is Indiana.
Oh, shit.
It's Cave-In Rock
Oh.
is about 11 miles from that, and Cave-In Rock doesn't even have a fucking gas station. Like there are 2 restaurants in town. Both of them serve some pretty decent food. I got a good country fried steak there. It was pretty solid.
My kind of stuff.
But yeah, like like there's no real amenities. Like you really have to like go out and get that shit. So yeah, when it comes down to like this year, there's gonna be some like planning ahead. Like I'll probably have to make a run to Elizabethtown just to like gas up and
Right. And
probably
food
go
up,
get.
maybe.
Well, I mean, there's. Trying to think how far the next town is. Actually, I'm gonna look. Let's see.
But I know one thing that I might be looking into planning with the folks is coming back up to Mommy Bay at some point this year and hang out with you guys longer. And because I keep telling my dad, like, man, you and Mom missed out on some good food at that next cafe that we ate at.
Oh, that place is stuffed with legends.
Yeah. And whenever I always tell my mom, I regret not getting that dish you got, that country scrambler sampler thing, because my God, that looks so good. And it's like, and I remembered when you, Joe, and I were in there, Joe said something so hilarious that you and I about pissed ourselves, and I wish I remembered what it was he said.
Joe
Oh
says
my
stuff.
God. Yeah.
Oh
Man.
Trying to figure out because there was another town that was also kind of close, but yeah, I know there was a Walmart there, but it was like I don't know, like 20 minutes away. Yeah, that one's like advanced preparedness. Like we weren't totally prepared for that one. I mean, the Airbnb was nice, but I don't know. I kind of like being on campus. Essentially, would be nice just because I wouldn't have to drive through the wilderness every night.
That's true. Yeah. And I don't know. It's like if I was to have gone with you guys this year, I would have not only brought like water, but I also would have brought like bunch of extra shit we could do during the meantime. Like, because on my PlayStation, I got a game called Jackbox.
I know Jackbox.
Oh my God. And this one game that I had my brother's wife's kids and my niece play with me when we were on vacation to the beach of Alabama 2 years ago. It was called Faking It, where you got to find out who's faking what when it comes to like answering questions. It was some of the funniest shit ever. I could picture you guys. Oh yeah, Quiplash is really fun too. But I guarantee you, if like us, like you, John, Miller, Rin, Joe, and I played Faking It, we'd be like, I could see Joe rolling on the ground laughing at some of the shit that would come out.
Oh, Quiplash was like the only game we really got into on that. Like the other ones were fun, but Quiplash just because we got inventive with all of the prompts and such. But yeah, like, well, it also comes down to like, I mean, I just have room to haul like John and I stuff in my car, and I don't know if Miller would be going separately or not, but right. Yeah, and he also said he want to like cook breakfast and shit like that. I was like, yeah, let's not go overboard. Let's figure out shit. But there is a Walmart again, like 20 minutes away. So
to get stuff. Yeah.
You got up early enough, you could get out there and come back to the campground. At least with the cabin, you'd have a parking space.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I mean, the camps there are fucking hilarious. Like, there's just people with a whole bunch of shit out in the front, and they name their camps. Like, there was one called Camp Fulltard, which I definitely respected that.
Right.
Yeah, it's just it's weird, but it's a lot of fun.
Yeah, maybe if I ever finally grow a pair to get my damn license, I could just go to this shit myself.
Just do
But
it.
at the same time, a lot of times if like I'm riding, I'd like to have someone with me to talk to. Otherwise, I would just lose my shit.
Well, that's
Thinking like, well, I'll just probably end up talking to myself, like recording something, just be trying to talk to everybody for 6 fucking hours and go insane. Because my buddy Dylan, Kamikaze Games on YouTube, he did kind of the same thing when he went to his first ever NASCAR race down in Phoenix, and he lives all the way up in North Dakota. So he took an Allegiant flight from there down to Phoenix, and then drove for 3 hours to a town called Yuma where his uncle lived, and he literally recorded on a camera while driving, just rambling about shit because he was just so out of his mind bored, because he always likes to have someone with to talk to. And he's like going on about, hey guys, we're 69 miles out. Ah, my God! I just want to get out of here. Or where are the skinwalkers at? I think I'm in skinwalker territory. Shut up! Turn off your high beam stick. I feel like that would be me.
Yeah, no, you just put it on. I just put all my music on random, and like, all right, whatever plays. And we got a lot of variety in there. But yeah, I think we stopped once to eat, once to gas up, and then I think the gas up, we bought a bunch of like chips and snacks and shit. And by the time we got there, like, it was pitch black. It was not well lit. It was yeah, no, it was pretty kind of crazy looking. It was like, dude, Noonan was like fucking worried. He's like, dude, we're gonna get shot and murdered and buried out here. Like, calm down.
Hey, Josh.
What's up, man? Oop.
There you are.
There we go.
Yo.
Yeah.
So not much.
Just talking about like FTA and all that stuff.
The fest.
And how I wish I could go this year.
Like I said, that should not be your first fest. That might actually terrify you from other fests.
You'd be shocked.
Like, the first person I saw, we actually commented on a review of it. Like, he was wearing, it looked like, the album covered Lateralis, the meat, all the muscle. He was wearing a suit like that, like the Mr. Body suit. If you're like old like me, if you remember that dude. Yeah. I was like, what the fuck? All right. This is what it is. Okay, cool. All right. And then, just I saw people in costumes and shit, and they're absolutely hammered already. Like, first band hadn't even played, and there were fucking people that were just like, they're done already. Amazing. It's just crazy. It was just fucking crazy. But a lot of fun. But like I said, being out in the middle of nowhere, like, don't even bother, with your cell phone, because you ain't getting a signal out there.
Right.
Unless you got like a satellite phone.
Yeah, that's true. But I mean, then again, like when I went and saw Gojira and Mastodon and Lorna Shore opened, I saw a dude in a fucking banana costume crowd surfing during that. I'm like, well, I should expect this. And I did.
Oh, dude, MDF, I saw someone that there was a cow. There was, I think it was a horse, and there was another one, I can't remember what animal, but they were all friends. And then there were like a group of dudes that were wearing like Hawaiian t-shirts and fucking cutoff shorts, and they were kind of all together.
Oh,
And,
kind of like Black Dahlia did on that one show I saw in the
yeah,
documentary where they wore the Hawaiian
I don't
shirts.
know. I mean, they had a theme.
They wore the Scooby Doo outfits too.
Yeah, that too. Yeah.
Trevor said they wanted like this. The costume
Gave him
kind
a
of
camel toe.
Yeah,
Brian was Shaggy. That could not be more fitting, since he's
Right.
a pretty big stoner.
But yeah, dude, you just see people like, all right, the thing, like, every time I think about like concert security, they're patting down people, and I'm like, man, am I gonna be cool with my chain wallet here? And then I see someone with like fucking like 3-inch spikes on their fucking shoulders and the gauntlet is like, I think I'll be good. I think I'm gonna be just fucking, if they're letting this dude in, like, yeah, you're cool. Well, hold on, a chain? Like, are you fucking out of your mind? But yeah, like, just people kind of go all out for it. Like, yeah, dude, when we were driving there with fucking Chris, we met up with him on the second day. There was some dude walking to the Edison lot that had a Thralls t-shirt on, and he fucking rolled down the window and yells like, "Thralls metal are in this car! They're shitting me out!" And we ran into that kid later.
That's funny. That's fucking great.
Yeah. I was kind of hoping he would actually make it out there, but I mean, he's again recovering from yet another knee surgery. So, I mean, hopefully he's going to get back to full mobility.
Yeah. Because actually, speaking of Crypt, I've been needing to talk to him about planning. Because I remember watching, I think the first thing I ever watched from Metalomania was that episode you two and Joe did about 80s comedies. And that's what kind of got me back in the mood to watch Major League again after so many years.
Major League.
I was thinking about, yeah.
Up your butt, Joe Boo.
Joe Boo needs a refill.
Now, he's still got the one that we did, God, years ago about metal movies that hopefully he's going to finish. I really want to see that because I was like, honestly, I had him and his buddy in fucking tears because there's some of these movies we found was like, dude, this movie's dog shit. I mean, it's kind of funny, but it's mostly dog shit.
But like what I was going to say was planning a potential stream with us and Crypt to do 90s comedies. Like our favorite 90s comedies, which I've been working on a list.
PCU would be up there for me. Great one-liners.
I mean, I got so many that like baseball, Half-Baked.
Yeah. God,
and then, of course, the typical ones like Ace Ventura would be up there too for me.
Now I know. Metal Viking Ryan. He wanted to get together with Crypt on a thing about demos, like talking about demos versus full lengths and EPs and the demo culture and such. And I was like, yeah, dude, that'd be a fun discussion because I mean, there's a lot of different avenues you can go down in terms of that one. Now, I just want to see if he gets more involved again because I know he's kind of had a run of just bad shit. But I think once he's recovered and he starts getting his mobility back, like even more, he's gonna be on it.
Oh yeah.
And meanwhile, like Jeff's cranking out interview after interview.
Which I'm like, how does he keep getting these guys? It's like
he's got tomorrow, right?
What is it?
Chris Reifert.
Oh yeah, I did see that. Yeah.
Yeah, he's got Chris Reifert.
Did he ever interview Hobbs?
They were trying to schedule that, but Hobbs, he ended up getting back on tour, and I think they ended up in Europe. And I was like, yeah, I can't do it now. We got to get off touring cycles. But I mean, he's talked to Hobbs quite a few times. Like, yeah, dude, I'd love to sit down and talk to him. It's just dude, Suffocation, they're fucking road dogs.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Same with Suffocation. Like I was gonna have John from Incantation on last year,
John's
He
a
was
solid
going to do
dude.
it, and then when had to do tours.
Dude,
I actually still have it. I still have a couple in the loop, like John, Erica from Mortuous, to be on at some point. We're just still trying to figure out a good time for that. But I mean, I still can't believe I managed to get Dan fucking Swano and talk to him for a couple hours.
Yeah.
And then Jeremy from Broken Hope, like, and he and I had planned that for over a year. And like, well, I initially asked him over Twitter, and he said absolutely, but then he wound up getting busy with recording and writing and stuff. And then I forgot about it, and then he messaged me out of the blue on Twitter saying, "Hey, you down to do it?" Because I hadn't forgotten. Yeah, I'll do anything for you. And I still, you want to talk about weird timing? We did that interview with Jeremy. I think it was 2 days after we did the one with Swano. And during the middle of the interview, like, I heard it thunder outside, and I kind of pulled a Ren, like, if my power goes out, call the cops or something. And we finished the interview. Perfect, no issues. 5 minutes later, fucking heavy rain and huge wind hit the house, knocked my power out. So I was like, I got that done by a hair.
Damn. I was going to say, Incantation's about to do some touring again next month. It looks like it's a shorter tour with Ascended Dead and Ringworm. And yeah, looks like we'll be in Cleveland.
And when does that start? Like sometime mid to late May, I assume?
Mid-May, May 17th through the 25th.
Maybe I can get on seeing if John's down to do it this time. But even if he says no, it's fine.
John's a solid dude. I've talked to him a couple of times now. The last time I talked to him, we just ended up like shooting the shit like, you know, we're like fucking old buds and shit. He watches our channel. And he's like, he actually was like, man, am I hanging out with celebrities? Like, no, I think we are, but whatever. Like if you don't make the cool stuff for us to talk about, we have nothing to talk about. So
right,
it would just be losers on the internet, you know. Not saying
or like right, or like whenever you guys were at FTA and met Igor, and Igor's like, "Oh yeah, you're Max's people."
I mean, all the that's kind of the cool thing about Fest too is like when the bands are done, if they're hanging out, they're not like part of a tour package and shit, and not off to the next day. They're just kind of floating around. Like 2019, I got to briefly meet dudes from Voivod. I got to meet Snake in a Way. I got to meet the guys from Blood, the German grindcore band. Yep. Super awesome dudes. Those guys were like one of the most energetic fucking performers for that entire thing. Yeah, they were an absolute fucking blast. Met Derek from Tomb Mold. Super nice dude. That dude is very nice, very fucking smart too. But yeah, like they're just kind of floating around, dude. Immolation, like both times we were at MDF, they were just kind of like hanging out. So their favorite thing to do is watch the mosh pits and see how crazy they fucking get. Like when they're not on the stage, is like, yeah, we'll just take pictures and like, dude, look at these fucking motherfuckers, dude. And yeah, dude, it's just wild, man. Fucking dude, Ross's fucking hair, man. That is just like an insane mane of hair.
Yeah.
Like,
yeah.
And it just even like the long braid in the back.
Yeah. I just remembered when then also we had an interview on my channel scheduled with Sindre from Blood Red Throne and Deception. Because that Deception album, that his Mellow Death project, good. Maybe they could have toned down a little bit of the symphonics on the first half, but they do on the second half of the album. But it's pretty solid Mellow Death that has some old school death metal touches to it.
Yeah, I gotta check out Upon Stone. I might wait until FTA because they're playing there. But I've heard a lot of good things, a lot of comparisons to like early In Flames, early At the Gates, Dark Tranquility, and stuff like that.
Oh yeah, Pawn Stone. Yeah, that is a killer album. Like, I would say it's definitely more like if like At the Gates, Dark Tranquility, and Entombed had a child, because they have a lot more raw grittiness to it.
I want to say I've heard one track and I thought it was pretty solid, but yeah, I'm eager to check them out live. And looks like I'm going to see, I mean, potentially Weekend Nachos fucking twice this year. And
yeah, because I think I saw them on the bill for FTA this year.
Yeah, and then Deicide, I'm going to see them twice because, yeah, I'm going to see them this weekend, and then they'll be at FTA, which that'll be fun.
Yeah. But yeah, with doing like the interviews I've done, and through that I've become good friends with James from Hell Ripper. Have had him on twice. I ain't thinking about getting him on a third time, but just coming up with a subject, because like the first time we talked to him, we were just shooting the shit. Second time we talked a little bit about Warlock Scrim, Withered Hags, and then talking about our favorite proto first wave black metal albums from 81 to 91, and that was a fun time.
I mean,
and then of course I got it, and then of course I got to continue my my quest to talk to everybody from Blood Red Throne, because I've had Gunner twice. Granted, the second time was kind of shitty because we had some connection issues. Bolt before he left, Hook, guitarist. Gonna eventually get Sindre on, and then I've talked to Freddie, the drummer, about getting him on, and then need to find a way to get Dodd on the show.
Dodd actually commented not on the Imperial Congregation. Yeah, he commented on that one. I didn't like the last one as much. I still got it, but
I like it, but yeah, it's just not on to the levels of Imperial Congregation. Like I would say, like if I were to rank Nonagon overall for BRT, it would be definitely toward the bottom, but still good.
Yeah. No, they're a super consistent band overall.
Yeah. I was actually listening to Monument of Death and the Taste for Blood EP while mowing the grass yesterday. Granted, I about fucking died mowing the grass because I decided to make the dumb decision to wear jeans that were tied around my calves. Whew. I didn't think I was going to get through it. But
I'm going to go grab a quick smoke. I'll be right back. You get a chance to talk now, Josh. I'm not going to keep talking. You can talk. Talk now. Talk now, Josh. Speak, Josh. Say the words, Josh.
Pull his string.
Yeah.
But what you been up to?
How much? I got a show Friday with Morticide.
Hell yeah.
It's our second show. And I'm going to see Dying Fetus on April 28th. Finally seeing them.
Jealous.
Oh, you haven't seen them?
No, remember, I've only been to 2 shows. I saw September 2022, I saw Megadeth. And then last year on my birthday, well, the day after my birthday, I saw Gojira, Mastodon, and Lorna Shore. So that's all so far. I want to go. I want to go to more. Like I was talking to Nick earlier about, if there's one show I really wanted to do this year, it's the week before my birthday, Exciter, Midnight Wraith, and Hellwitch. Primarily for Exciter and Midnight, because I just want to see fucking Midnight and then Exciter, so I can meet my buddy Daniel DK, the guitarist, and see if he'd recognize me, and I think he would, and be like, "Hey, Levi, how's it going, my dude, my dog, my diggity doink?" And get to hang out with him for a little bit. I think that would be fun. And then, of course, see Midnight, and also Hellwitch, because I know the frontman, Pat, I know his wife, because she's a good friend of mine. But yeah, with me, just work and home, and then, of course, as I was talking about earlier, getting my computer fixed, hence why I didn't really do any videos over the week.
Right.
But so far, it's running good. Like I keep saying, eventually, processor and the cooling system is going to be replaced in a couple of weeks. But Yeah, I'm just waiting on a cable to take all the stuff off this old hard drive that I have left over and put on the new one, and then I can finally get to editing my Pantera ranking, which was supposed to have been out this week, but I'm gonna have to push it back to next week
Nice.
because I'm gonna get
You
back on
including
track.
the Glam Tarot stuff?
Of course,
Yeah.
I have to. Otherwise, it would. Otherwise, people say you forgot this or that. Blah, 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 blah.
I don't think
And
I haven't heard too much of the Glam Tarot stuff.
well, I will say there's only a few tracks on Metal Magic worth checking out. There's more on Projects in the Jungle, more on I Am the Night, but all of Power Metal is awesome.
Yeah.
Power Metal is legit wonderful. Because unlike the other three, it was definitely more heavy. Like they were more thrashy on there. Kind of like if you took Judas Priest, Annihilator, Overkill, Metal Church, and Armored Saint and mixed it together. And that's power metal. Plus Phil's vocals.
Yeah.
Wow. And I showed earlier, I got it, even though I found out it was a boot, even though I thought it was an OG copy, because it was listed as OG on Discogs, but I got duped. But hey, it's a good sounding one, and it was the only one from there I truly wanted. Though I'm not going to include it in the next collection update.
Yeah. I would have to say Trend Kill is definitely my favorite.
Oh, people are gonna find out what my ranking's gonna be.
Yeah.
For sure next week, and I think it'll surprise some, maybe not so much for others if they know me well enough. My variety of taste and what I gravitate more towards.
Yeah.
Oh, my neck! God damn.
Have you done a Black Dahlia album ranking?
I haven't yet, and
okay.
and after watching Thralls do it, it's like I got all the albums, but I've not gone back to them much. But yeah, that's one I'm planning someday. I don't know. Next year, I'm kind of trying to think about the bands. Like, I kind of wanted to focus more on bands that I've wanted to talk about or have been on polls, but they've never won. Like, the one for sure I'm doing next year is Nile. It's time for me to do Nile because I've been like trying to push for that. Bloodbath would end up being one. Just thinking about doing Broken Hope. I was thinking about doing mostly just death metal next year and do like, yeah, Nile, Bloodbath, Broken Hope, Ulcerate once the new album comes out in June. That would probably be one. Obituary would probably finally get one, and then maybe Incantation. Because I'm trying to limit the amount of rankings I do so I don't tire myself and run out of bands. Then again, you can never run out of bands, but for me, it's like, I might run into that in the future. Hence why I'm only doing 6 rankings this year. Like, I've already done Cannibal Corpse. I got Pantera next week. Then the next one I'm doing is Exodus in June. And then August, I'm finally going to tackle Dream Theater, and that's going to be long.
Oh, yeah.
Then October, around Halloween, I'm doing Merciful Fate. And then around Christmas, I'm doing Immortal. Because why the hell not?
Yeah.
To finally get some of the heavyweights out of the way. It's crazy to think, like, yeah, like, let me see actually all the rankings I have done thus far. And I've done a lot. Like 2022 and 2023, I kind of went a little ham. So 2021, I did 5. I did Opeth as the very first one I did. Alice in Chains, Megadeth, Sodom, and Death. 2022. Holy crap, how many did I do in 2022? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Holy shit. 14. That was ridiculous.
14 what?
I'm going through like all my discography ranking videos I've done. I did 14 in 2022. Jesus.
I don't even know.
I did Slayer, Dark Throne, Testament, Celtic Frost, Morbid Angel, Metallica, Bathory, Asphyx, Mastodon, Suffocation, Blood Red Throne, Typo Negative, Deicide, and Black Sabbath. And both the Morbid Angel and the Deicide ones have been the most popular ones, like between 2,600 and 3,000 views. Granted, I got stupid comments on my Deicide one, but
I finally did a ranking for, well, not a video, but I put it in the Thrall's comments, the ranking for Morbid Angel, except that album.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it exists. That's the best thing. That's not even the best thing about it, because I don't even like it because it exists.
I didn't realize there were like a couple death metal songs on it, though. I thought it was all like industrial.
Yeah, like Blades of Balls, a good song, but that's really the only one I would even go
Gore, whatever the hell. It's okay.
Yeah, the death metal songs on there don't save it, and dude, fucking Radical,
Cowboy Dave.
I don't mind Cowboy Dave,
but brother.
Yeah.
I think Kingdoms Disdained is honestly really underrated. I think. I mean, I wouldn't put it too high just because the classic albums, but I really liked Kingdoms Disdained.
I would like that album if the production wasn't so shitty.
Yeah, the production's mainly it's the drums. The drums just sound off on that one. But I mean, overall, like it's a decent Morbid Angel album. It might be the last one. I don't know.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, the classics are hard to argue with. Like the one that climbed the most for me doing that was Formless Fatal to the Flesh. That album's absolutely fucking savage.
Yeah, that's probably their like fastest album,
most brutal.
Yeah. But I mean,
I would always say it's like Steve Tucker's Covenant.
Yeah,
production to it. So
it's way more just brutal than Covenant. Like Covenant's fast, evil. It's still got a lot of thrashiness to it. It's borderline a perfect album in my mind. But there's something just way more just brutal and sludgy and dark about Formless Fatal to the Flesh. And Gateways too. Gateways is a sick fucking album too.
Yeah, Gateways is really good.
Altars for me still is the Taj Mahal.
Altars, it's 1A and 1B between that and Covenant, but Covenant's my go-to just because that was the first one I ever heard. And yeah, that impression never left me. It's just a fucking banger. But yeah, we got Meshuggah coming up next. Like, we'll see how that one goes. I'm also working on another. Well, I got my list and all my notes already set. I'm just going to wait to record it till I get back for another heavy, but is it metal or not metal or whatever? I got a whole other batch of bands for that one, and it should be pretty interesting. There's definitely going to be some surprises on that one. Like, for real, you threw that one on? I was like, oh yeah, but I have my reasoning.
Yeah,
like I still have my Pantera notes right here. I haven't gotten rid of them yet.
I might have my Pantera. I still have most of my notes for most of the rankings. Like whenever I'm heading it up, I always print out all the notes so they're nice and clear. So I might still have my Immolation ones. Napalm Death was like the biggest bitch out of all of them, just because
of the early lineup changes.
Yeah, dude. Like even I told him, like, listen, this first part you got to give me some time to get through it because I know you're going to be like, Jesus Christ. Like, yeah, I know. Believe
that's insane. By their like first release, I think there were already no original members left.
Original members by the time Scum came out.
Yep.
That's crazy.
Yeah, but
which, you know what? I'm officially declaring I am ranking Napalm Death next year.
No, Napalm Death, that's a fun discography. Like the more groove metal stuff is kind of so-so. Like it's still not my favorite, but I mean, there's more bangers than duds in that discography. And I mean, Napalm Death's one of the reasons why I love grindcore. Like grindcore's the shit.
So then the rankings I did last year, I did Entombed, which I think all of you guys commented on. Avenged Sevenfold, Mayhem, Immolation, Iron Maiden, Anthrax to finally get the big four out of the way. Enslaved, Judas Priest, Bolt Thrower, just because I fucked up, and then Edge of Sanity. And then so far I've done Cannibal Corpse this year, and then, like I said, I got Pantera next week, then Exodus, which, as I said before, Nick, prepare to be disappointed in me.
Force the Habit's trash. I'm just gonna go ahead and say it. Like that album's awful.
And then after that, I'm actually going to be doing Dream Theater in August. That's going to be a rabbit hole and a half. And then I'm doing Merciful Fate around Halloween, and then around Christmas, I'm doing Immortal.
Well, I got an idea in terms of like selecting bands and such for the next one. It'll be drawn out of a hat. It'll be fun. I'm gonna make them draw it. Like, I'm gonna have a whole bunch of slips of paper, and you're gonna select it, and it's gonna say a genre or a subgenre on it: thrash metal, death metal, metalcore, hardcore. I'll be gonna throw like groove metal, alt metal, whatever. As many as I can in there. Even power metal. God, I hope I don't draw that one.
I hope you do.
Maryland.
Oh no. I'll probably just like I'll find some terrible ones and just put like Blind Guardian on there, knowing full well that people select Blind Guardian. But yeah, it'll get us out of our comfort zone a bit, I think. And we'll go from there. I don't know. There's definitely a lot of bands I'd like to rank. Like, everyone's been asking for a Deicide ranking. I was like, well, they got a new album coming out. I want to wait for that one. Plus, I'm also going to bitch about that lame artwork.
Yeah.
They should have used the cover from Bury Your Cross with Your Christ.
Yeah. Dude, there's like
probably definitely not AI.
No, it's I think it's James Basama, who he's the same guy that did The Last Municipal Waste and Spirit World, Death Western. Yeah, use that guy. Like, why would you even put that piece of shit on the cover? Like, that's a fucking Bing image. We just put up that video about Hour of Penance, and I mean, I was going to talk about the AI art thing a while ago, but when I saw that dude's incredibly tone deaf fucking statement about it, it's like, you know what? You're my sacrificial lamb. You're going to be the fucking pedestal I'm going to stand on. And I fucking used his quote against him. So he just said, like, so, I mean, as humans, we are clearly just, obsolete now. So we're just going to use Chat GPT to review your album. And he was like, all right, fine. You had to do like a positive review one, put it up, and John got like the longer review because it was just like fucking stroking this album.
Yeah.
Then I just typed in scathing review, and that's where I got mine. I was like, you know what? No, I want the dickhead one. But I made a point, got a lot of response from artists. I also tagged Lee's video about it too, which he had some great points about that. Like, AI art, it's not art. It's not art. It shouldn't be in the arts period. If you
only for comedy.
Yeah,
like the Booger Troll.
The Booger Troll. The Booger Troll's fine. We're not touting that the Booger Troll is a piece of art. It is stupid. It is unbelievably stupid. But like in terms of like AI doing other stuff that is solid in terms of like improving the lives of people, that's fine. Keep it out of the arts. There's no business there. Artists for artists. That's a human realm.
Yeah, for sure.
And I remember doing an Instagram live talking about that too after I saw freaking Patrick Mamley being an idiot.
Oh, I commented on that fucking thread, and then especially when he fucking said like, why is this better than this? Like, you showed that shitty AI cover versus like the cover of Consuming Impulse, which is like iconic. I was like, are you fucking kidding? Like, why is this better than this? Yeah. Like that, an actual artist did that. Like, someone took the time to draw it, and you gave them specifications, and they put their fucking heart into that and worked very hard at it. You just typed in some shit, and you came up with the 4 little weird fucking faces that AI did, and it's whatever. But Patrick's got some. That dude's notoriously just. I don't know.
Like he commented on Quest for Medals ranking of Pestilence albums and took offense to saying something about spacey stuff or whatever. It's like whatever.
Yeah, as long as he likes it, who cares how he describes it, you know?
I think I don't know if he commented on our Pestilence review the last album, which the last album was all right. It was kind of static. Like they kind of just played the same beat over and over again. And I mean, the riffs were cool, but it got kind of old quick. But yeah, he's notoriously just like, you know, not good with critics and anyone critiquing his creations and such. And he's like, I know he essentially like stole Tony Choi from Atheist to get him for Spheres, which Spheres was kind of like an Atheist album. They were in the same studio around the same time. Just saying, little coincidental there.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I don't know. His tone deaf responses have been
notorious. And then I even said it in that IG live. It wouldn't shock me if Patrick was the reason why Mark Van Druden left Pestilence in 1990. It really wouldn't shock me.
I mean, I remember a while ago he got in some shit because he fucking dropped an M-bomb with the hard R and like an Instagram post or something about like, because they said something like he was like dreading his hair or he was going to dread his hair, and they said something to the effect of like, wait, you know, something to the effect that made him say like a M-bomb with the hard R is like, you legit type that out. It's like, send. This is the perfect thing to say.
Wow.
And then, of course, got butthurt when people called him out. I was like, dude, what the fuck you doing, man? I was like, what?
Yeah.
Dude, it's like, it's just a little window. Like, just think, I'm going to think about this before I send this. That's it. Think about it before you fucking do it. Ugh.
Yeah, he's like, brain thinking, nope. Press send.
Nope, already hit send.
Too late for me.
I can't believe people are reacting so poorly. It's like I said something wrong. Whatever. It'll be fine.
Yeah. Been practicing my pencil flipping catching skills. God damn it. It's like I miss more than I catch.
I noticed. 3 for 3.
I'm trying to catch it with my writing fingers. Hey, there we go. You got it. That was perfect.
Pat McAfee doing that a lot.
Pat McAfee, Mr. Perfect. Yeah, I'm trying to channel my inner Kurt Hennig on that. And my inner Pat McAfee.
What do you think of Cody finishing the story?
Thank God. It was. I'm still buzzing about WrestleMania. Jesus Christ.
Okay.
It was honestly pretty good. Yeah.
Top 10 combined both nights. It was amazing.
Yeah, Vince is finally gone.
Yeah, and I can't wait to see what we're cooking now.
I want to see the trial. I can't.
If there's even going to be one at this point.
I don't know if he can settle out of court on this one. Like if there's like some criminal shit that gets uncovered, which I'm not going to rule it out. That's different. Like civil cases, yeah, he might try to settle out just because, like, listen, I can't have everyone know about all the other because they already know too much. And I'm a big creepy fucking weirdo, and I'm a piece of shit. But
then again, it's like the more details that keep coming out about, the more I'm like questioning if this is even true, because apparently something came out that like the woman that's causing this or accusing Vince of all this apparently like wrote some letter, and it was essentially a fucking script from a movie, like, and it was legit like plagiarism. So it's like after hearing that, and then like hearing the details, I'm like, this doesn't even sound real. Like,
well, see, here's
shit
the
on your
thing.
face fetish, like, huh?
I mean, don't rule it out, man. Like, you'd be surprised.
I mean, I know Vince is crazy. Like, hell, he freaking.
Well,
20 years ago, he tried to pitch an incest storyline with his daughter, and she flat out said, "No,
he's
Vince,
a classic narcissist.
my actual dad."
Yeah, he's a classic narcissist. So I don't rule it out, because narcissists, like, part of the personality traits is, feeling as though they are untouchable and incapable of doing anything wrong in their eyes, because narcissism. So
I mean, I'm not ruling
it out. And the fact that there's been multiple sources, like, it's not just the one. Like, there's a lot of stuff pouring out, and a lot of his contemporaries are like, oh shit, like, they're kind of hitting the panic button and kind of drawing back a little bit, like, fuck.
But so it's like either or.
You put the pressure on the right person. You put the thumb down on that button, on that nerve, and it's like, so what do you know? I mean, dude, if it came down to, like, if I knew some shit about Vince, and I was, partaking that, and it came down to, like, oh, you could get in a lot of trouble for not helping us, or you could just talk like I'm talking. Fuck him. Fuck him.
But it's like, but I mean, like, but it's just like some of the details, like apparently him shitting on the girl's face, like that just sounds like something out of like some dumb fetish film. Like, and the dude's almost 80 years old. It's like, how would he even know about it? It's just all this sounds like a fan fiction gone wrong. I'm like, I don't know how to process this.
Well,
I mean, I don't rule out that Vince is insane. Like, hell, he fucking
the specific little that's like not like a new fetish. There's some very famous people in history. Yeah, it's not new, and at that point, I don't know how much of that is actually like sexual. At that point, that's more of a power trip. Like, yeah, I can shit on you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then of course the other big rumor that apparently this was all done for Vince to get Brock Lesnar back. And it's like, why the hell would he be involved? He's married to who used to be a hot lady back in the 90s in Sable. Has a farm in Canada. Like, what the fuck would he have? And thankfully he was cleared of all this shit, and he can come back whenever he wants. But I'm just what?
You dangle a carrot and you prey on, human frailty, because there's the old saying, a hard-on has no conscience. It's so sure, he's married to like a hottie or former hottie, whatever. I haven't seen what Sable looks like now. She probably still looks good, I imagine. Whatever. But if some younger lady finds you attractive, you kind of, it's like, well, hold on, that's new. I haven't been there yet. And again, it plays on the ego. And when you're getting older and you're, starting to spiral down in terms of your looks, your physical ability, your prowess, if some younger lady finds you attractive, and even if it's just for whatever, that's a difficult one to deal with. And you could be a little bit more, I don't know, moral about it and say, nah, man, I can't. I smell a trap. Or you fuck up and then it gets everywhere. There's a certain ex-president that just can't seem to fucking avoid that shit. Because, anyone but his wife. Which that wife was a trade up from the last wife, and then so on and so forth. Like I said, with a personality profile, you can build on repeated behavior. You can almost predict what the person will do just because they've done it before. So yeah, like, because that behavior isn't self-correcting. They will do it until they get caught. And once they get caught, you'll see the real them come out and see if they start trying to deflect, victim blame, etc. Narcissists are kind of easy to predict. That's why I think there's a lot about Vince McMahon that's like, you know what? I think this has been a long time coming.
Yeah, and then like even if court cases happen and he's somehow found not guilty, they're not letting him back.
No,
and besides, even by that point, he'd probably be so old by that time that he probably couldn't come back even if he wanted to.
Well, I mean, if you look at him, like he's more spray tan now. He's dyeing his hair, the mustache. It's like, dude, you're trying to hold on to whatever youth possible. Like, and it's very transparent. But right now, I believe it'll be a civil case. I don't think there's any criminal charges being pressed yet. I'm not sure.
No, I haven't heard about that.
If it's a civil case in terms of like, what he did, like whether or not it's like criminal, but it's like someone putting a lawsuit on him, he will probably likely try to sell out of court and just dump a giant amount of money. But there's also like a big investigation, I'm sure, that is probably brewing. And
yeah, it's been going on since.
Well, if you're a celebrity in the fucking hot seat right now, yeah, dude, they're coming for you. Like, P. Diddy, P.
Yeah.
Diddler. Yeah. That got real interesting real quick. And honestly, I find a lot of that shit believable too. It was like, yeah, some of that was like, yeah, it sounds like what an egomaniac would do that was just power hungry and thought he was untouchable.
But bottom line is, like, we don't need Vince back in wrestling. Wrestling's thriving the way it is now. It's almost to the point where it's almost like bringing back people that were into it back in the 90s, coming back. Like, it's gotten that popular.
Yeah, it's starting to get like a little bit edgier.
Especially, like I said, considering Monday Night Raw is going to be live on Netflix starting in January, where they can do whatever the hell they want. They can drop all the curse words and get as crazy as they want. And I'm looking forward to it, even though I thought I would never get Netflix again, but I'm probably going to have to now just so I can watch Raw, which is strange considering SmackDown will be on USA Network. And then NXT is going to be on CW, but yet Raw is on Netflix of all things. It's like, how does that work? And yet their pay-per-views will still be on Peacock.
I think the only thing I watch on Netflix right now is Castlevania, which has been awesome so far. So
I've been wanting to watch. If I was to ever get Netflix, I'd love to watch more Stranger Things and The Witcher.
I haven't finished up the last season of Stranger Things, and Witcher. I thought I watched most of the first season. I thought it was pretty good. It was just I wasn't really big into like the whole game, so it was all just kind of like, well, this feels kind of Game of Thrones-ish, which that's kind of cool
with Henry Cavill. Yeah.
But I mean, Castlevania I had like ties with just because I've been playing those games since I was a kid, and seeing them sort of flesh out. Well, I mean, animated, all the characters and everything. I was like, dude, this is really cool. Like, very stylized animation, fucking gory. Like, dude, when they dispatch those creatures, it is with extreme prejudice. And yeah, Trevor, well, at least in the first season, because they're going through timelines because there's been a fuck ton of Belmonts. But yeah, Trevor's essentially a loudmouth drunk, and dude, like the first time you see him, he gets in a fucking bar fight. And after he beats everyone up and then leaves the bar, he yells at him, like, "I hope all of you bleed to death through your assholes."
Actually, that reminds me. Well, I know it was a Dragon Ball thing. That whole "he keeps kicking me in the dick."
Oh, dude!
And there was a meme used with that from AEW recently. There was an I Quit match between Edge and Christian, and then the finish was Christian strung up on the ropes, and Edge takes out a 2x4 with nails sticking out of it. He calls Spike and hit Christian in the nuts with it. And then somebody put before that he was getting kicked in the nuts like low blows, so they kept playing. Why does he keep kicking me in the dick? On top of it, and I thought that was perfect.
I've watched almost all of the Team 4-Star dubs. Those are fucking hilarious. Yeah, most my favorite one-liners are Piccolo's, just because he's just very dry about it. Like I think that was the one they did for the Lord Slug movie. Like Piccolo shows up, I was like, all right, let me go through. I was like, you're the pretty one. And I was like, oh, thank you. I was like, you're a fourth best, bitch. He's like, let me guess, you're the one with the weird freaky power. And I'm like, oh, and he makes like a weird noise. Like, yeah, okay. And let me guess, you're the big dumb strong one. Like, hey, like, all right, I'm sorry, you're not strong. That's wait.
That's good. That's good.
Yeah, it's just snipey one-liners left and right, and of course Krillin getting the shit kicked out of him. Yeah. Anything to make Piccolo look awesome, because I'm glad they're finally, well, at least with the last movie they did something with him finally. I was like, yeah, see, he's always been a badass. He just underpowered him.
And then another meme I found. I swear, I find the most entertaining shit on Instagram Reels sometimes. One that I found was they combined two clips. One of that episode of SpongeBob when SpongeBob tries to get into the salty spittoon and he fake fights Patrick. And somehow Invisible Person beats the shit out of Patrick Star. I'm just going to assume it was John Cena before we even knew. And then the clip from Family Guy where Peter starts kicking everybody and doing the Roadhouse at the very end. Somebody put those clips together where Patrick's hitting on Lois. Did you see my underwear? No. Would you want to? And then Patrick, get the hell away from my wife, you scumbag. Well, I must have you know I'm a world championship kickboxer. And then they splice together the two fighting, and then Peter just beats the shit out of Patrick. Like, it was so well edited, I couldn't believe it.
I still haven't checked out the new Roadhouse. I'm kind of curious about it.
I feel like I shouldn't watch it just out of principle.
I mean, do I own the original? I think I own the original. I've seen that movie so many damn times.
Yeah, and then just like how supposedly we're getting a live action Mulan, I ain't watching that out of principle because you don't have Eddie Murphy doing Mushu.
Yeah.
And that's a travesty.
I don't like the fact that I just don't like the idea of like the live action ones of the classic animated ones. Like to just release the classics in theaters. Like that's an era of animation that just doesn't happen anymore.
Right. Because that 90s era of Disney animation was, I would say, from 91 to about 2000.
For me it goes back further because I was a big Don Bluth fan. His work in Disney was solid. Sword in the Stone, Robin Hood. But it's when he left Disney, honestly, I think is the best stuff. Secret in M, American Tail. Oh, there's a couple other ones too. I mean, Titan A.E. was him too. But yeah, Don Bluth, he did some of the best animation I think they ever had. But I mean, there's a lot of like classic stuff in there too. They just, re-release those. Like the live action remakes look soulless because, I mean, it's, I get like the, CGI is the modern thing, but it's a lot of people acting with stuff that isn't there. And I don't know, like it eventually does get kind of flat. That's why I really appreciate movies with practical effects, or at least they download CGI as much as they can and put in stuff for the actors to work with. Like, do the new Alien trailer look banging? And that is because there's more practical effects in it once again. Like even the alien's face that they show, like it's almost a 100% mock-up of the OG one. Yeah. Yeah, release the golden era animation and shit.
And also, oh God, wow. And then also, Disney, while you're at it for your game Speedstorm, add Emperor's New Groove characters. I want to play as Kronk on the racetrack, for fuck's sake.
That movie's still hilarious.
I know, in my opinion, the most underrated Disney movie of all time.
It's just one-liner after one-liner, and it's great.
And fucking fourth wall breaks here and there too.
It's weird that like some stand-up comics really had some like awesome roles throughout Disney. I mean, David Spade and Emperor's New Groove, fucking Patton Oswalt and Ratatouille. It's funny. It's also like a good heartfelt performance. I love Patton Oswalt. That dude's awesome. Feel bad that dude.
I wonder when Marvel's going to bring him back as Pip the Troll. That's only if they're not doing any more Eternals movies. Considering that Eternals movie, I'm thinking they kind of want to sweep it under the rug and pretend
it was okay. But the thing was that they kind of gambled. Like they gambled with Guardians of the Galaxy. Like not many people knew those characters unless you're a giant dork like me.
Right.
And I knew those characters, and I was like, "Yeah, this is gonna be fucking cool." But they said, like, "All right, well, we rolled the dice on that one. Let's do the Eternals." And honestly, out of the Eternals, there was only like one character that I knew because she was an Avenger, and that was Cersei. Mm-hmm. And then everyone else was like, "I don't know these characters." Up until, well, Thanos' brother shows up.
Arrow's Star Fox.
Yeah. And Pip, which Pip was in the Infinity Watch.
And then, of course, Kit Harington, Stain Whitman about to become the Black Knight, and our first tease of Blade.
Yeah.
At the end.
And the Black Knight's like, I mean, for me with the Black Knight, to make him interesting, you got to do the Heroes for Hire thing. That means you got to do, Luke Cage.
Luke Cage and Iron Fist.
Yeah.
Which I've heard recently they're about ready to bring them back. And actually get the Netflix actors back.
I just want them to do,
especially considering that Daredevil's coming out next year with Born Again, and you got Charlie Cox and also John Bernthal back as Punisher, and Charlie Ritter is Jessica Jones.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that one's gonna be tougher because of the sexual stuff, but I mean, in terms of the violence, we'll see how they do, because I mean, one of the reasons why I liked Daredevil is because it was gritty. Like they kind of captured that Frank Miller essence. And Charlie Cox did a great job with that role, and
I can't wait to see what he does next.
Yeah, did he honestly? In his appearance in She-Hulk was fucking awesome,
and even the brief cameo in Spider-Man: No Way Home. Brick catch. How'd you do that? I'm a really good lawyer.
But yeah. I don't know. I'm kind of curious to see what they do with that. Outside of that, I don't know. Like most of my series watching, I've been watching X-Men '97, which has been really good. They did a good job picking up after that. I do hate the fact that they had to bring back the shittiest Magneto costume of all time with the big fucking purple M, but it did make sense for the stories they were doing, because they did the trial of Magneto. I was like, all right, that's a stupid fucking costume, but it's like an iconic cover.
Like this year it's a slow year for Marvel. Like you had Echo earlier this year, which I've yet to finish.
Same.
I haven't seen X-Men '97, and then later this year we're supposed to get the Agatha Harkness spinoff from WandaVision.
Kind of curious about that one. Her character was pretty awesome. I like that.
Apparently you got Aubrey Plaza playing the villain, which is interesting.
All right. I mean, but Harkness is a villain.
That is true.
I don't know.
Then only one movie this year, Deadpool and Wolverine, which I can't wait for.
That'll be fun.
And supposedly Henry Cavill's going to be in it as a Wolverine variant from the multiverse. Supposedly.
I mean, I'm down. I'm curious what they do with that. I know X-Men '97 has restored my faith in Marvel's animation department, because I always thought that was a little bit lacking, at least compared to like DC's. But like the thing that drove me nuts, though, because apparently everyone's got a short memory when it comes down to X-Men, was like all of a sudden people started saying what did X-Men get woke? I was like, what? I was like, what? I was like, how? Like, well, we're talking about like racism, like the parallels. I was like, dude, that's been around since, I don't know, the 60s. That's the allegory. It's a whole thing about bigotry. Like, how did you? Are you kidding? Are you the same fucking people that said, like, man, this Rage Against the Machine band, it probably shouldn't be so political. It might hurt their career. Like,
dude. They were doing that from the beginning. Yeah.
Stop. But yeah, like, I don't get where that fucking came from. Like, I got the memes were pretty funny though with the lack of posterior on Rogue. Because I saw that floated around so damn much. Like the one shot of her like laying down in front of Apocalypse defeated, and was like, dude, I didn't notice fucking Rogue had quite a lot of ass on her.
Yeah,
but yeah. I was like, well, now she doesn't get as much ass. Like, are you sad about that? That says more about you. But yeah, so far the series has been good. The first episode I thought was kind of fluff. They reintroduced the characters. They included Morph now, which is cool because they specify as like, dude, he's like an Omega level mutant. Like he can literally turn into just about anyone. And he's not just like mimicry, it's shape shifting. Like he can make himself incredibly huge too. But yeah, everyone was like, well, he sounds like gay. Is like he can be anything. So just lay off. And plus his character has like an interesting relationship with the guys because he turned on him. He became a villain at one point. He was manipulated by Sinister. He was also Wolverine's best friend. And they actually have like a cool scene where like, you know, Wolverine's being his usual mopey, get the fuck away from himself, just hanging out in a tree, just fucking dumb. But he comes out like, hey man, I got beer and snacks. And he's like, no, I'm good. And then he just chucks a beer at his head or the chips or whatever. And he shape shifts into Sabretooth. Is like, you want to fight them? It's like, well, okay.
So, and again with Deadpool and Wolverine, I just can't wait to see how that works out on screen. I can already tell it's going to be great considering Ryan Reynolds and Hugh Jackman are very close.
Oh yeah, they've been buddies for a while, and I got to give it to fucking Ryan Reynolds in terms of making shit happen. Like no, I'm gonna annoy Hollywood into submission with my love of this, and I'm just gonna keep bringing it up and keep pestering.
Those movies were great.
Yeah,
especially the part where he kills the X-Men Origins Deadpool.
Yeah, because fuck that version of Deadpool.
Oh yeah,
stupid.
That was fucking horseshit.
The reference that he made, well, in the first one where he was going for the Wham album and the fucking that shitty Deadpool toy is like, I've been looking for this, and then moves it aside. Yeah, and anything to fucking make fun of that. Like I still remember seeing that shitty movie in theaters, X-Men Origins, and just leaving. Like I saw my buddy and his wife, and we all left and just kind of like, dude, like I know, yeah,
right,
fuck. Yeah. But at least they got it right because fucking Ryan Reynolds loved that fucking role, and it's like, no, I'm gonna fucking play it.
Yeah, he did such a great job.
I mean, he's always been good at cracking one-liners.
Hell, I remember the first movie I ever saw of Ryan Reynolds before that was Waiting.
Yeah.
Oh my god, that movie is so ridiculous.
Van Wilder's something else. It makes you think about Eclairs differently.
Oh god, don't.
Yeah.
No.
No, dude, I for a while I was someone like posted about like he and his wife's relationship and how they constantly just jab at each other on social media, just like fun, like making fun of each other, and it's hilarious, like back and forth, just like but it's like, and also it keeps our relationship fresh. Like we have a lot of fun, and yeah, we're both pretty good at being dicks.
And then the one Ryan Reynolds movie that came out a few years ago, that Free Guy he did with Taika Waititi. I still need to watch that because the one thing I remember of that movie was the scene in which he's fighting and then suddenly Captain America's shield pops up at Chris Evans. What the shit? Like I thought that was awesome.
Taika's he's an interesting director. I guess something. Well, he was. I guess he got like irritated because Thor: Love and Thunder didn't do as well as the last one, and I don't know. I guess he I don't know. I guess he became kind of difficult to work with, which sucks because I really like his work. Like he's a really cool fucking director,
and underrated actor too.
Yeah, he's funnier than hell. I mean, as Korg's. So like, what are you worried about? You're made of rock, very perishable rock. Oh, there goes another bit.
I won't hurt you unless you're made of scissors. Yeah. He fucking stole every line and every scene in Ragnarok, I swear.
I mean, he had good ones in Love and Thunder, too. It's just, I don't know. That movie, I feel like it became kind of too focused on everything outside of Thor. You know, I like the fact that they gave Jane a good send-off. Like, she got to be a hero for a little bit. But
then again, Christian Bale, while his performance was good, the fucking story they did with him, I'm like, so he wanted the fucking axe. Why not just take the axe in the beginning instead of just taking the kids? Like, it just kind of made him look like a moron in the grand scheme of things.
I don't know. Maybe he couldn't get the axe. Maybe he didn't want to directly confront Thor. I don't know. Maybe he needed it.
Well, I'm hoping because I know they're about ready to make a 5th Thor movie, and Taika ain't coming back. It's going to be somebody else directing. And supposedly, from rumors I've heard, it's supposed to be a much darker movie.
Get Sam Raimi. He did a great job with that second Doctor Strange movie.
Yeah, with like the effects and stuff. Story, I thought could have been better.
I thought the story was pretty good. Like, you know, you finally got to go into the multiverse, and I like the whole him faced with different versions and hearing that, his power reached a little too far and cost a lot of people his lives. Like, sometimes you need that sort of reflective moment. You know, personally, I wanted to see Shuma Gorath as like more of a intelligent being instead of just a creature that, Scarlet Witch had, which. And I didn't want to see like Scarlet Witch turned into a villain so soon, but I kind of got desperation thing, and it did make sense after Vision and Scarlet Witch. Like she's broken, but man, is she fucking powerful.
But it does make it cool whenever the next time we see her start her redemption arc heading into Avengers 5.
Well, if it's
she'll have to be back for Avengers 5 to help out with whatever's
will
happening.
Be her or the other version she possessed.
It's gonna be her because they think she's dead, and it's like the typical rule of Marvel: if you don't see their body, they're not dead.
Yeah.
So,
we'll see.
And besides, Elizabeth Olsen signed a 10-year contract to keep playing that character, so she's in it for the long haul.
Well, I mean, that
10 years. She'll be back. She'll be back in the future.
10 years is getting close to being up, though.
Well, she signed the extension, I think, in...
Well, tell you what, I'm going to jump off.
I'm going to jump off, too. I'm actually starting.
But, yeah, good hanging out for a bit. Good talking.
It was cool talking to you guys. And reminder, videos will be back up and running this weekend now that this thing is fixed. And I'll see you all later.
Later, Josh. Later, Levi.
See you.
Peace.